Hello. Hey, hey. How are you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Wait. Hi, Bertok. Hi, Fermi. Welcome. Actually, if you don't play Subnautica 2, so many others, I don't want to get spoiled too much. Oh yeah, I just realized. You're right. I looked at my follow channel, right? Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's seven channels playing Subnautica. Like, I didn't even press show more, and it's like, oh, and then the rest is not playing Subnautica too. Yeah, a lot of people are playing it. Did it just came out? Oh, oh yeah, it's even in like the Steam, like, yeah, it's in the Steam homepage. It just came out. I didn't even know. It's in early access now. Ah, right, right. Secret just came out. People are flipping over it because co-op. I never played Subnautica at all because I have a huge fear of deep underwater and just drowning in general. Like if I'm deep underwater, I feel like I cannot breathe, and then I won't be able to breathe at all. It's just something that's like, so that's why I've been like, I haven't been playing Subnautica at all. So, But today, as much as I want to play more Far Far West, I kind of want to showcase a little bit of games that I used to play as I was a kid. How I use space sims, as in like living in space. That one I feel normal. I don't feel anything towards it. Really enjoyed the first game. Nice. Then I'm glad the second one came out. Now hopefully you get to play it someday. A lot of people have been saying the game looks pretty and everything. It's like, yeah, I mean, deep underwater is pretty and scary. And scary, of course, right? Very scary. Oh, also, I actually found a game through InSim, right? I've been watching InSim again, right, lately, and I found the game called Prison Escape Simulator: Dig Out. That's the game's name. This one. I found this game. So if you know about me playing a game about digging a hole, this game obviously is like heavily inspired by that, right? But then it's like this game has more to it just than just digging a hole, right? I kind of like it, and I want to get this game soon. Not now though, right? Not now, not these days because I used too much money for the past few weeks. So I'll wait until I have I'll wait until I have enough Counter-Strike money, which I used not too long ago. I'll get my Counter-Strike money and buy this game, and then I'm probably gonna get stuck playing this game for a while. I know the game looks janky and everything, right? Game is supposed like the game looks janky and everything, but my goodness, digging hole in a prison? Ooh, Kobo wants it. Kobo wants it. Kobo wants it. Kobo wants to dig holes and get. Oh yeah, not to mention there's a lot of shinies in the game as well. So, uh, yeah. Dragon Ball is scary too. Well, it's scary to other people, not to this Kobo. This Kobo is attracted to Dragon Balls. So, yeah, I love Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball is great. Mm. I love sleeping in Dragon Ball. It's also why I love being small. Like I love being as small as possible because I can get into Dragon's Ball. It's great. Life as a kobold, I guess. It's heckin' great. Yeah, write that down, write that down. Okay, let's see. I think I have my SNES. I still have my SNES set up, right? I haven't double checked yet. I just got home and then I immediately like started streaming and stuff. Oh yeah, another good piece of news finally after oof. So remember about 2 weeks ago that I mentioned that I changed my mobile data plan and I changed to Maxis, right? So because I'm in Maxis now, and then the Maxis home fiber essentially is like the modem router is allowed to have a lifetime promotion so long as someone is in the so long as someone is in the Maxis postpaid plan, a data plan for their mobile. And since I'm one of them, I now get to pay 159 ringgit per month for my home Wi-Fi. 159 per month for a speed of 1 GB. So it's cool. I can now play, maybe I can play online game without lagging too much, I guess. I hope. I don't know. Right. Yeah, it's been a bit of a I don't know if it's gonna help if I were to play games online with other people on different continent. I don't know if that's gonna help a little bit at least. But I have that now. Essentially 159 is, well, for context, right? My previous plan was 157 per month for 500 megabytes per second. So I don't know if it's megabit or megabyte. I think it's megabyte. 500 Mbps, right? Now it's just like one gigabyte per second thing. So it's 2 times the speed for a price of plus 1 ringgit. Essentially, it's 157 to 159 ringgit. So I think it's pretty worth it, right? The promotion is pretty worth it. So yeah, that's why I took it. Or that's why we took it actually. me and my mom is like, okay, yeah. Like two times the speed through plus 2 ringgit. It's like, yeah, I think it's not bad. So we took that one. Oh yeah, and this morning the Maxis fiber comes in and like changes the router or the modem. I don't know what they're called, but the brick, right? They changed it. It went from like a small modem to like a fucking actual Xbox One Series XXXXS size thing. Like it's like an actual like standing brick. It's so big. I was so surprised. It's like, what? I didn't think this thing is gonna be this big. It's like, yeah, it's pretty big. It's like, wow, fuck. That looks kind of cool. It looks fancy, right? It looks so fancy. So there you go. Now I have really fast connections, I think. And I don't know if it's gonna help a lot, but you know, some good pieces of some good news after a horrendous month. It's all good though. Can I sometimes I want to do I want to do speed test, but I don't know how accurate speed testing is, right? Like you go to speedtest.net, you go to like whatever website they would test your internet speed. I don't know how accurate that is, right? I don't know. In fact, I'm doing it now. I mean, this is why I don't think I want to show. No, it shows like locations and stuff. Mbps, it's currently running at 100. No, it's 850 something. Download, upload is 420 from the 30, for the 40, 50, 60. Oh, it keeps going up. Holy fuck. 460 stops there. Yeah, it's running at 828 m boy m boy pizza s. I don't know if that makes a difference, but yeah, that. It's close enough most of the time. That's good enough, honestly. And then upload this at 461. Same M-Boy Pizza S. Because I remember at some point someone was really critical about like the speed, about like there's the same writing but two different speed. It's like Mbps and Mbps. They both write the same way but means a different kind of speed. And someone was kind of critical about it, so I was a little bit afraid of talking about it. Like I don't know anything about that. Right, but apparently they are very knowledgeable, which is cool, but they were a little bit critical, so understandable, I guess, right? But yeah, that's pretty cool. That's fast as hell, actually. Yeah, anyways, I'm here to play some Super Bomberman 5. Let me get the SNES in. Alright, let's see. Oh wait, if I'm playing SNES, I can totally open up my 3D stuff. Oh shit, I didn't think about that. Is it finally time? Is the 3D bowl gonna appear once again? Shit. Wait, let me open up my stuff. Okay. Wait. Wait. I can do way. This cobalt way. And yep. An update for, oh my god, this is an update 3 weeks ago for VTuber Plus and I haven't been updating it. That that tells you how long I haven't used VTuber Plus for a long time, right? Hmm. I'm on fiber. Oh, I'm on fiber as well because Maxis said that it's home fiber. Is that like a different thing? I get about 925 down and 940 up right now. Slight variations depending on the time of day. That's impressive. Hell yeah. That is speed. That's speed. Let me launch this. Let me open up my 3D stuff real quick. I'm so excited. I haven't been my 3D self for a long time. Okay. Oh, I'm there now. Give me a second. Welcome to welcome to oh, I covered up my camera. Wait. Is it finally time? Oh shit. Oh my god, the 3D boat lifts. The 3D boat lifts. Nice. Because Nest is not resource intensive at all, so I can just do this one. Basically, what you said sounded good. It tracks. Oh. And fiber is really great. I have it straight into my house. Ooh. Yeah. Yes. The hand tracking works. Oh my god, no, finally. Let me just do some reward or like some redeem changes real quick. It's probably gonna take a bit, but should be fine. Oh my god, I can get milked again. Wow, cannot believe it. Milking the cobalt real. Okay, this one done, and then I need to change the one in Firebot. Action rewards. This one I have to disable everything, enable these, and then I can enable these as well. Changes to 3D. I can get Grimsh again. Corpus, nice. Okay, that should be all of them. Wait. Brian, hi. Extra cute 3D bone hours right now. Yeah, I fucking love Bomberman. Oh my god. Have you played Pocket Bomberman on Game Boy? No. I started with my love for Bomberman actually started from the PlayStation 1 Bomberman Party Edition. And then I started to look into more Bomberman games, but that was like me during mid-school times. So I started playing Super Bomberman 5. My favorite is 5, and then I played Super Bomberman 3 and 2 and 4. 1 sucks, so yeah. But those are my favorites. Kobo doesn't like explosive. I like explosion. Maybe I like to eat them as well. You should check it out. It's a cool fantasy platformer style, but it's Bomberman? Platformer Bomberman? Oh my god. Oh, Brian's doing good. Bomberman 64. Gosh, I never had 64 like Nintendo 64 before. Really like Bomberman is a concept, I suck at it. Bomberman 1 ACS does suck. The NES version is okay. The SNES version somehow is worse than the NES version. I don't know why. The 2 is great. Like the Bomberman 2 NES music is a banger. Banger. 64 is amazing music. Ooh, maybe I should look into it. Bomberman 64, right? For now, I'm gonna look at Bomberman Super Bomberman 5 first, and then if I still have more time, I plan to look into Super Bomberman 3 as well, or maybe play a little bit of Bomberman Party Edition on PS1. I don't know. I want to look at some Bomberman games today. I feel like explosion. I feel like I want some explosive today. I feel like boom, boom. So yeah, that's what you're gonna do today. So I changed to 3D. I actually forgot I can do 3D stuff. I can become a 3D bolt when when I'm playing some non-intensive stuff. Oh. You should play Bomberman 64 in an emulator. Love that game. I would definitely look into it then. Because I do love Bomberman games. Let me open up my SNES. Okay, SNES is here. I think I have my input right here. Double check. Boom, boom, boom. Controller. This is what I get for not preparing right before I start the stream, but it's fine. Start select LR. R. Okay. Okay, so now I have this. I need to like do this real quick. So if I were to go capture this SNES, I guess I can just see black screen if I capture this. I don't think so. I think it should be fine. So if I were to, I'm gonna close this one and then I'm gonna like open up this Super Bomberman 5 gold cartridge and play the Japanese version. Oh my god, that was kind of loud, is it? And then I have filters. This. Oh, it doesn't play in the background? Oh, that's gonna be tough. I'm sorry, give me a second. Is it crop pad 2? Wait, what's with the crop pad being this janky? Oh, it's kind of showing. Let me disable that. Okay, with this, it'll be easier to look at, actually. I just sent some screenies on Discord. Alright, give me a bit. I'm gonna, like, try to get this thing working. I thought I did this before, but apparently not. Alright, let me crop this picture real quick, and then I'm gonna put it to the side screen. That looks right. 350? See? That looks about right, actually. Okay. That looks good. And then just gonna put this one back. Look at that. Is it good if I put it that way? Hmm. I feel like chat is blocking it. Okay, maybe not not entirely to the side. I can show a little bit, like as long as my avatar is not blocking it as much, then we should be fine. I'll put it there. Asymmetrical. People are gonna get mad at me then. Came out originally on the original Game Boy, but was used as a launch title for the Game Boy Color in the colorized version. Ooh. I'm gonna look at the screenshots real quick. I need to listen to more of your like glorpy music. At least the one you sent. Bucket Bomberman. Oh wow, what the heck? It is a Bomberman platformer. Holy shit, that looks so weird. That looks so weird. Oh my god, okay. Everything should work. This is my absolute favorite Bomberman game, this one. It's so fucking good. It's honestly so good. Do tell if it's too loud. Yeah, I can turn down the sound a little bit. Oh no, they all broke out. Do you like drop block puzzle games? Something like Tetris? Is it? Alright, got it. I can... This is easily fixable. Give me a second. Alright, this should be fine. Oh, Boyo Boyo. Pack attack? This is my absolute favorite Bomberman. Oh my god. Look at it, it's so adorable. Fuck. It's so adorable, I can't. Alright, let's go option real quick. First thing I go, I just love to go to options for whatever reason. So do we cheat? I remember our password is... I don't know how I found it, but 5656 is a cheat where in normal mode it will give you more time and more health. Do I cheat? You know what? I'm gonna cheat. Yeah. I know the password, why not use them? Yeah, this password will give you 9 lives and more time on each stage, essentially. And it's so fucking good. Give me a second. I played something called Panic Bomber on Virtual Boy, Nintendo's first 3D console in the 90s, if you need a reminder. Virtual Boy? Never heard of that. Alright, let's do 5656. Look at that, that's a password. Yeah, this is new. I don't have a save file. Yeah, I can only like start new. I was shocked to find out it was yet another Bomberman game I didn't know about, and also it was a drop block puzzle game for a Bomberman? Man, Bomberman does everything, huh? Alright, so welcome to Super Bomberman 5. We have... Super Bomberman 5 is like you play through, this is Bomberman 1 stage, and then Bomberman 2 stage, and then Bomberman 3 stages, right? And then obviously Bomberman 4, and then we have Bomberman 5. Right? And then we have Bomberman 5. Apparently there's different ones, and to my knowledge, if I remember correctly, Super Bomberman 5 has 2 different endings. Right? 2 different endings. One good ending, one bad ending. So today I'm gonna see if I can get the good ending. I don't know, right? So here we go, first stage. God, I love Bomberman. Oh yeah, the music's such a banger as well. Here you can cheat on round start. You can absolutely cheat on round start. Like, the game gives you 10 million seconds of invisibility, might as well just use them. Oh wait, I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, now they can do this. It's okay, I think it's not enough. Yeah. My god, the music though. Hell yeah. Speed up? I love speed up. Competitive drop puzzle games. Wow, why does this need to be in 3D? It's always such a sad case where most times big corporations will always be like, oh, more is more, and then they've added so much more unnecessary things to make the game feels weird. It's always been the mistake of like big corporations. They just don't understand games sometimes. Oh, nice. 2 BAMs. Alright, which one do we go in? Virtual Boy was a fucking weird console. I mean, 90s on 3D graphics can be weird. I'm gonna go to this one. Heck yeah. Love the music. Love the music. Oh. God, oh my god, I love Bomberman. Like, Super Bomberman 5 has banger music, banger sound design. It's just good in general, no complaints. Although playing on single player can be a little bit difficult because if you die, you're gonna restart the entire stage again. And that in late game can be detrimental. So I'm gonna try to like maybe not die, I don't know. Uh-oh. Give me a second. I have small monitor. Basically a super duper Game Boy, but in primitive VR goggles? What? What? Still only had a monochrome color screen, but red instead of green. Oh my god, wait, that's spooky. It has like 12 games, so you have to put... It felt hard. I think the concept of VR goggle as a console, and it's in red monochrome, that cannot be good, I feel like. I don't think that can be good. Do I get it? No. They're gonna run away? Yeah. That was a bad bomb. No, don't do that. We put it here. No, it didn't come down. Oh no. Alright, it's dead, it's dead. We have... Oh yeah, we have so much time! So usually, without the password, each stage will only give me 3 minutes. And now the game gives me like, what, 9 minutes I think? Yeah, 9 minutes. That is fucking insane. I love it. Oh, there's already purple. So this one means that I've been there already. So essentially I can go to right and then go to left. Like go left and then go right and then go left and then repeat. so that I can farm some items, but I don't think we need to do that. Let's go to like new doors. I think the game can be slightly louder, just slightly. I think it's just the opening is a little bit loud. Yeah. I'll do this. Yeah, okay. Now look at the screenies out there. Thank you, Brian. Don't explode. Oh, fuck. That's fine. Oh, you go back? Ah. And they're gonna, yeah. Oh, nice, thank you. Oh, nice, thank you. I didn't know they can friendly fire. I head to my nest now, have fun bombing around. Thank you, Bread Talk. Have a good rest. Oh, yeah. Oh. Yeah. Oh, they haven't unlocked any doors yet. I love this nest, honestly. Door, middle. What? Is it already boss fight? Oh no, it's already boss fight. Unless it's not. I sure hope not. I don't think I have enough items to go against a boss now. Okay, it's not. Thank goodness. I love the explosion noises. These things shouldn't be too hard to kill. Yeah, let's wait. 2 times? 3 times? Ooh. 3 times, okay. Nice, thank you. We love that. This is a very like nerdy information about this game, but in Super Bomberman 5, oh, I think in Super Bomberman 3, 4, 5, they actually make the bomb explodes like slower. Essentially it takes longer time for the bomb to explode. So in Bomberman, especially 5, it's easier to like set up like these like bombs to just like, yeah, it's very easy to like do those sequence of bombs. So in battle mode, it's very easy to like corner someone because the bomb takes so long to explode. And then they changed it back to in the PlayStation 1 version. So yeah, this is nerdy information though. I used to love Bomberman so much. Like, good god, it's so fun. I'm essentially gushing right now. I love Bomberman. Boom. Yeah. 1, 2. Okay, this should kill. Oh. Thank you. Got him. Why do you keep hiding? Oh, egg! Right, the egg in this game is so adorable. And we got the I mean, it's useless, but it's so adorable though. I couldn't say that it's useless, it's so cute. So this one is good for PvP only. You can punch your enemy and then they get stunned. So essentially, in battle mode, if I got this guy, I would just like punch them until they got stunned to the point where I will take away. I mean, sure, I'll bomb myself, but also they got bombed if they don't have an egg, and then I can just like take the win. Hi Swift. Oh my god, thanks for 150. Holy shit. Darwin say hi and keep the streak going while I lurk around the channels. Of course, and thanks for the lurk always, Swift. Thank you. Alright, we go this one. Like the pet in this game is so adorable. I can't. Oh, I hate these things. They should kill. Okay. So these guys eat bombs, and when they see a bomb in their path, they will go at it, even if they are like very far. So let's say if I put a bomb here, and then I put one here right now, they're gonna chase the bomb down, even if it's too far. I should probably get rid of the blue ones first. They should kill. Yeah, just the right time. I need to remember, the fuse takes longer to explode. Don't hide. Thank you. I thought they're gonna go back in. No! 1, 2, 3. A little bit too late on that. But it's good enough. What? I'll do it again. What? This guy. There we go. 2-door. Maybe I should go right this time. Yeah, I have been going left all the time. Let's go right this time. Fuck, I love this game. I hate right, actually. Alright, here we go. So we have a few different kinds of bombs here. This is landmine. I don't remember the landmine. Did you lock yourself down? Yeah. That's why I hate landmine sometimes. Oh, I didn't know this one. I hate landmines. It's okay, we don't have any like good stuff, so it's not too detrimental. Alright, you're gonna keep putting landmines. I have kicks now. It's fine, I'm fast enough. You better go to the corner. Good boy. You better go to the corner. Alright, I think we go right? I don't want to move because there could be landmines anywhere. Yeah, let's go right. Let's go right. Let's go right. I love it when the computer just goes to the corner and give me the win. I stole the kick too, so... Well, I didn't steal. I took what's rightfully mine. Because I'm a Kobo, right? Right, welcome to Bomberman 2 stages, where the enemies have gimmicks now. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Mama Dragon, hi! And hi Zri, welcome. I'm finally 3D. Wow. Hello. I know about Bomberman, but I literally only ever played the one released on the N64 so many years ago. A lot of people has really good thoughts about Bomberman 64, and funny enough, it's the one that I never played because I never have a Nintendo 64 console back then. But maybe someday I'm gonna try it. But today it's all about like Super Bomberman 5 or maybe 3. Maybe I can download it immediately and then just like play it. You know, like yeah, how you bottle of rum because Nintendo don't, right? Hope you are doing good. Welcome in. Right, we're just gonna kill here. Bam bam bam. Love to see it. Hope you are doing good. It's nice to see Dragon Mama and Zri. I'm so fast. Oh, my bombs is very strong now. I guess we go left again? I should be maxed out on bomb count. Yeah, that's more than enough. Okay, okay. Let's go... We can go left again? I never go middle. I should go middle this time. Playing my favorite childhood Bomberman game. I used to not able to play this game at all. It's so difficult. Oh, you did. Alright, you want some? You want some? Do you love explosion? I'll make sure you do. I'll make sure you do, bitch. I'll make sure you do. Okay, okay, it's almost time. I love invincibility. Kobo has a wall. A bomb wall. Ooh. It's you again! I love this guy. Yeah, I cannot go to the other side. Ig. Ig. This game's pets are so adorable. If I repeat? No, no repeats. Okay, okay. Oh, it was 8 minutes. Eh, close enough. They all look so fluffy. Too bad this guy is only good on PvP. Like, you can bonk the other Bomberman, but you cannot bonk monsters. Love to see it. Oh, they almost launched it. Oh, this purple already? Wow. Nice. So love is really good because it allows you to take damage without losing all the progress on that stage. If you die anyway, right? Like, if you die, you usually reset everything, and then your special items, like go through bombs or bomb kick, bomb throw, bomb punch, like all those things, special ones, they just disappear. Right? Love is an item that allows you to take a hit without dying outright, so you can sort of like just extra life but better. I used to play this Bomberman a lot with my sister. Apparently she says that I'm really good at Bomberman. I don't know if I'm really that good, but I'll let you guys decide. I don't know. I think I'm maybe average. Average. Boom. There you go. And then we do this one. Hey. One more. We got him. 2 doors, left, right. I'm feeling left again. Nah. Never seemed very good. Oh shit. I love off. Alright, here we go. Give me that. Yeah, you better stay there. You take that, and then I'm just gonna do this. One. Nope. There we go. Eat crap. Eat crap. I love this one. That one is really good. That one just chases enemy down. Or friend, it chases everything down. Let's go. That was easy. They stand no chance. I didn't even bonk him. Should have bonked him. Oh yeah, this is Bomberman 3 stages now. Oh my god. My favorite item. Come here. Come here. My favorite item. I think this one could kill. Does it not go through? I might get happy. Alright, let me see if I got lucky. Good enough. There you go.
Yep, yep.
Yep. Yep. Go back. Okay. Another one. Have fun. I love that bomb so much. Oh my god. Feeling I got locked out. I guess we go middle. I mean, I love middle. I love being in the middle position with his 2 dragons on top and bottom of it. Everything is fine. Don't worry about it. I think we could just like put this one in and then put another one immediately. Like this. Yeah. We have robots here. Yeah, there's robots down there. No, bad bomb, what are you doing? Interior sandwich? Yeah. With me in the middle as a filling. And then two dragons on top and bottom of the Kobo. No, the cake! I have one, right? Wait, do I have it? Okay, I do. Okay. And Kobo cannot hide it anymore. Oh, that's free. Oh, that's so free. It's fine. Maybe there's more enemies? Did you know the chasing bomb, the chaser bomb takes longer to explode? Now you know. Yeah, it takes longer. Sorry, I love Bomberman so much actually. No door? Is it this one? Oh my god, one only. Is it boss fight again? Am I just rushing? Oh my god, okay. Whoa. Yeah. Got him. I don't even need to do much. Chase him down. Yeah, the setup. Oh shit. I'm so mean. I'm so mean. I guess I can go... I've been going left, right? Yeah, let's go right. Bomberman is so fun, honestly. Bomberman is like, you have to be careful with your bomb, but you also have to be aggressive. And that shit is tough. That's hard to do. I never realized that back then, but now it's like, yeah, shit's hard. Oh, no! I left my spike bomb, I didn't see that, no! There's 4 doors. We go to the rightmost one then. Love the explosion noises. The ninja? Man, a spike bomb could just like cleared this one like in 1 second. wonder what they do. I'm pretty sure they have some gimmicks with them. Yeah, better don't stand in a straight line with them. I don't feel comfortable doing that. I don't think I've seen this enemy as much. That's why I'm very unfamiliar with the game. There we go. They're so slow. What do they do? Chase him down. I don't want to know actually. Oh! Oh my god, I got free car rides. One door that goes back. Is there no remote bomb? I mean, sure, remote bomb is like essentially broken, right? But you gotta be careful still. Ooh, super fire. I mean, I'm already at max power. I forgot what this guy does. Teleportation? Okay. So the ghost teleports. That thing, I don't know what they do. Okay, so when it's red, it blocks. I skipped too much Bomberman 4. I don't even know what Bomberman 4 gimmicks are. Oh. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. This stage is gonna take a while because the alarms are kind of like blocking my bombs and everything. Can I put bombs? Oh, I can when it's like blue. Oh, and when it's yellow, I can jump. I tripped over it. Okay, okay, okay. That's. Man, I don't think there's gonna be enough time to play this stage. If there's not remote bomb, let's go. We have remote bomb now. My favorite bomb, also the most dangerous bomb ever. Wait, watch this. Remote bomb is so mean. Alright, one door. Boss fight again? Shit, that's fast. I want that. Uh-oh. Unfortunate. Uh-oh, unfortunate. Oh yeah, they can walk through walls. Oh yeah, you think you're fast? I'm faster though. What if I do this? Oh no! Oh shit! Oh shit! They can walk through bombs? Alright, watch this. It's so stupid. Oh no. Oh yeah, I'm so mean sometimes. Oh my fuck. Alright, alright. It's fine, it's fine. Look, it's just Kobo shenanigans, okay? Like, sometimes I feel evil, right? I mean, people say that kobolds are kind of... Kobolds are kind of... chaotic, neutral, or like evil, right? That's me, right? I'm evil. Oh, kobold can be evil sometimes. Let's go to the left one this time. Bully ball. Okay, maybe I'm pretty okay at Bomberman. Maybe I'm pretty okay at Bomberman. I did a mistake there though. Unfortunate. Yeah, I can walk through walls. I forgot. Alright, so what do? We just like do this now? We destroy this first? Easy. Thank you very much. Alright. So now we can just slowly destroy these. There we go. And this one. Go down. Alright. Oh, that's it. Ooh, I love this. So this one is boxing glove. You do that. Yeah. It's really fun when it works. Like sometimes you just do like, yeah. And Kobo's so strong. Kobo can punch bombs now. I cannot go through bombs? Oh shit. I wanna get another egg. 3 doors? I have indecisiveness. I feel like it's very hard for me to choose when I see this. I'll go right. Yeah, I go right. Egg. I want egg. Yay! Oh, this one. Watch this. They can turn your bomb into items. And then this pet is like there. This pet can do like many bombs at once, so ask and you receive, I suppose. What did Mama Dragon receive? Alright, just bomb everything. I have everything already. What is up? How are you doing? I think you're doing good. Don't you love invincibility on Bomberman games? Yeah, sometimes when that happens, you get stuck. It's kind of scary. Let's keep going right. Oh, I didn't mean to eat that. Oh no. Hiya. I mean, spike bomb is good, but nothing beats a remote bomb. Oh, egg. I didn't want to destroy the egg. Oh no. Yay. Are you chasing me? Oh, you are. Okay, chase me here. Yeah, there we go. We spared the egg. We go right. I couldn't get extra egg. Oh, I forgot. How can I forget about this? It's so stupid. I forgot about the so this pet, what it does is, let me get this. Okay, it does this. So essentially many bombs at once. Oh, is it boss fight already? I mean, I got a remote bomb again, so this should be easy. Only took like half an hour, I think. Oh my god. This is so easy with the remote bomb. I'm just cheating at this point. I'm just so cheating. Yeah, essentially you have to like bomb it. You have to time your bomb. But because I have remote bomb, so this boss becomes trivial. The boss, when the final boss becomes trivial because you have an OP item. We love that. But the music feels different. I don't think there's a true ending. I don't think so. And then we have the flying boss again. That should be enough. How the fuck did I miss it? Okay, don't put too much. There we go. Love the magic hat. Yay, we won! Holy shit, this is the easiest boss in the entire series. Even the previous few bosses is harder than this one. Oh, but I don't think this is a true ending. No, yeah, it's not. Sad boss. Honestly, yeah, it's a sad boss. Hi, Roxas. Okay, called easy. You saw what happened. You saw what happened. You saw. You were a witness to what happened to the sad case of a boss. You saw. Everyone saw. I don't know how to get to the good ending though. I wonder if there's something I need to do. I remember looking at the ending once, that's like the good ending. But I don't know how to get there because I only saw it once and that's pretty much it. Kobo. Whoa. Whoa. If that's not obvious, I don't know what is. It's not a real ending. Essentially all the enemy just runs away. Is this... I cannot read this. Omo? Daria? Korea? Oh! Korea 达成率哇25%です。よで Zulu Zulu? No, that's not Zulu Zulu. Bomba? Bon... I cannot read. Cho... No. I cannot read. Nope. Why is there a question mark? Why are you saying? Alright. Google Translate. Help. Camera. Advice. Have you cleared... Did you clear it? Oh, maybe not yet. It says. What the fuck do you mean? Of course not. Alright, do we go again? We go again. I kind of want to try and get the true ending for this one. We go again. I think we can Suzuku, right? Yeah. How do we go there though? So this is the last one. I've never been here. 1J 28. This is zone 4, 5, 6, 13. I was here. 7. So somehow to get to zone 1? Zone 5 1? I don't even know how to get there now. Yeah, I only go through like 4 stages of Bomberman 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stages of Bomberman 2. A lot on 1, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Did we start on 1 again? I mean... It doesn't take that long, honestly. I'm not too sure if I can get the true ending, but I'll sure as hell can try. I'm pretty sure I have to go to like the red background area. Double? Nice. First bomb is a double kill. Is this a roguelike? No, right? Could this be a roguelike? I mean, you reset a run and then you have to get the items again. But the stages are fixed, you just have to find it. It's not roguelike. It has the element of it, but it's not exactly that. Yeah, I think we just go through golden doors now. Yeah, we just go through golden doors. Maybe we can find the last stage, like the true last stage. The end screen seems to call you a Manu Bomba? Manu being from the word Manuke meaning silly idiot? It's calling you that for getting 100% clear, right? That's why I'm fighting for the translations. But I'm not getting 100% clear. Wait, the game calls you an idiot for clearing it 100%? That's wild. I'm at 25% now. Oh, how would you put it there? Oh shit. Take it. It's from Reddit, so take it how you will. Ah, Reddit. Fair enough. I don't think it's calling you. I don't think it's calling anyone an idiot. Oh, I thought that was way too early. Oh my god, did you just do double? That's so rude. Oh, at least there's still one golden door. Ing! Oh my god, we got the fat. We got the speedy one. I love this thing. Woo. Oh my god, they're so cute. Oh nice, we need speed up. Well, the stage seems very different, definitely. Number 1, I'll tell you something good since you made 100% achievement. It's the secret password. Oh, what does that do? Guess we'll try it after. Advice, Manu Bomba. I can't help but to laugh that the last is a bad ending, now 100%. Number 3, certificate. Use your stage clear achievement rate is 100%. Therefore, our initial is Manu Bomba, all of us bombers. Supposedly translations? Why would they call you Manuke for getting 100% achievement though? We get the fact thing. It's so good. I can only put 3. Once you know the gimmick of the blue monster, it's not easy to kill. It's very easy to like time it. They will always chase down the bomb no matter how far it is, so if you put one here, it will come up. No matter how far it is, it will just come up. I did say I want to go middle now, right? 5 doors, this is crazy. Let's go middle. 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 A Kobo in middle. Oh, they're all just in the middle stuck. I mean, that's a bunch of free kills. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing I can do if I just put on the cut in there. Mom, oh baby, a triple? Was it triple? I think that was quad, I think. I'm so cool. More speed. Are you not coming down? Oh my god, you are not. I mean, if I just put it here, it's probably gonna kill. Yeah. 2 doors. Go to this one. Easy choice. Nice. Even more nice. My favorite music is this one, definitely. This is, if I remember correctly, this is the NES version of Bomberman 2 music. I think that's the one. Oh. Stay in there. Oh. Aw. No middle. But I went through 2 of them. Unfortunate. Guess we'll go left. Oh my god, it's you again. Okay, we'll get this. See, I don't remember where the landmines are. Ooh. Oh, that got him. Oh, you want that? Oh, you like it? Oh, this one's an aggressive computer. Oh, fuck. It's okay. Just go. This one is an aggressive computer. Wow. It's the first time I've seen them like trying to bomb me like that in a small area. You're just a fat child. I didn't mean to. It's the landmine. What can I do? Hi, Zeus. I miss my fat child. It's so hard to control this one. My brain stopped working for a bit. Oh. Good job. We go... No middle! I said I want to go middle, but there's no middle door. I'm gonna keep going left, this one. Oh, we just go here. Oh yeah, do you not move forward randomly? Oh, you don't? Oh, that, okay. Okay. It'll keep doing that forever. Oh! Oh, I cannot kick because I cannot kick fire this one. So what she does, she kicks tiles, but because there's no tiles in this stage, it's just fire and she doesn't want to kick. She doesn't want to kick, oh my god. It's so adorable, this game I can't.
Just for me. When I play the game, I get lost in a phase. Then I find out I'm stuck in Gino's maze.
Gino's maze.
Mario RPG, it is the only one just for me. When I play the game, I get lost in a phase. Then I find out I'm stuck in Gino's maze. Give me frog coins, give me ice ones, give me fried ones, give me mushrooms, give me CR, give me star wreck, give me cookies, give me lime lure. I want everything.
Oh. Oh. It's okay, I don't know what it is, but the music is banger. Hi, Jake. I came in the time. Yeah, it's Gino's Maze. I don't know what it is, but it's Gino's Maze. Tree. Oh, middle. Imagine if the fire comes back in. I'm gonna cry. Right, here we go. Hope Jake doing good. Welcome. Ooh. Nice. Ordered some subway. So I hope a Kobo comes and delivers it. I'm a very subby bot though. I just knew that last week. Like, I'm not even a switch, I'm just like just sub. I know one information, right? You go down? Like a Kobo should? Oh my god, Jake, wow. What a compliment though. Oh. This one is middle. Oh. Oh. I can kick tiles. Oh, that's mine. Wow, the computers are very aggressive now. Well, we can see if I can get more aggressive than that. I think that's pretty aggressive. What you gonna do about it, huh? Oh yeah, afraid of the corner now? Fair enough. Oh, I won it. Oh, I won it. I win it. I messed up. Yeah. I messed up again. There you go. 3. What if this is the middle strat? Oh. A lot of sandwich talk tonight basically, if that answers your question. Yeah. It's like a Kobo in the middle with 2 dragons on the top and the bottom. Yeah. Unhinged Kobo today, you're welcome. switch it to usual state now? Yeah. Yeah. Couldn't deny it's true. Ow! Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry, didn't mean to shout. Hi, Uncle. Snip, snip. Hope Uncle is doing good. You're welcome. You're welcome. I can wave to people now. Right, let me... Yeah, you go, girl. You know that? Oh, Uncle is doing good. Welcome. Morning, morning. Alright, how do I do this without, like, risking anything? I don't like the conveyor belt. I'm the worst. I should drink water. Wait. I think I put a little bit too much concentrate, a blackcurrant concentrate in there. I'm drinking blackcurrant drink. If I'm a drink, I think I like to be either grape or blackcurrant or lavender. Thank you, Akko. In jail? Oh yeah, I have cake, right? Oh. Oh, one is at the start, one is at the end. So I can just write my way to victory. I gotta write my way to victory. Oh, oh my god, it blocks the door. Oh shit. Oh, I forgot that's a thing. So, you cannot go through here anymore. This one's very slow. But they walk randomly. Oh my god. Jump down. Boom. A little bit too late. Wait, you walk to? Oh my god, this thing is a god. There we go. Oh, I forgot about that. Egu? Boss fight? It seems to get to boss fight very easily on like zone 3 and 4. Small area. Unfortunate. I have kick though. Oh, you're getting faster. You... Excuse me, you have remote bomb? Let it throw SFX. Yeah. I'm riding on the pad, so there's no like noises ever. Let's go middle. Nice. Well, who likes bombs? I know I do. That's how you use the invincibility. Apparently this one is called Gyarui? Gyarui what now? Oh, the kangaroo? I don't know what the name is. Is this a kangaroo? They're ruies, oh. All I know is they're super heckin' adorable and I love them. Oh, there's a shit. The alarm is gonna be like they walk faster, I think. The one the boss was running was called Warui. Oh, Warui! What? Warui means bad. That's kinda cute. Oh, I got locked in. Well, I can only go here. Warui. That's cute. Uh-oh. That's so fast, hello? Got him. Was too late on that. Unfortunate to be you, I guess. Gyaru is a fashion trend in Japan that sort of doesn't exist as much anymore. So this one is named after a fashion in Japan. It's so cute. Gyaru? Alright, we said we're gonna go middle, so... This one is super adorable though. I don't think I've seen this stage as much. Oh, what was that? What is this? I don't think I played this stage before. What the heck? Alright, so I need to like bomb these. Alright. That's broken? Okay. Oh my god. Were you just... invincibility just now? Okay, wait, like... Oh fuck! That was so sudden. I'm dead. Where's my love? Didn't I have love? Oh, this stage is a bitch. I don't have anything anymore. They just come in like that? Without warning? Dang. And then they can stun as well? Maybe this... Oh. Yeah, that stuns. Maybe this is the true ending stage. That's why it's like mega difficult. They sort of just chase me down. Yeah, they do. Yeah, I have too much speed. I didn't notice. I thought I only pushed a little bit. It's fine. We got this. So the enemies are gonna be non-stop unless I destroy that thing in the middle, question mark? Because I know now that I have to like hit the... Oh. Oh, fuck. Oh. Whoa, they can just decide to not die. Oh my god, that's fucked up. They can just be like, let me toggle my god mode and not die. I don't know how to get to the other side without dying. Look, they just no. There's no fucking indication that they're coming in. What is this stage? Everything was well and okay, and then this stage comes in and be like, yeah, let us get this stupid Kobo with the dumbest shit ever. It's like, oh yeah, sure, okay. Oh fuck, thank goodness I was safe. Of course he would. I don't think I can bomb 2 at once, so I'm just gonna, like, yeah. Oh! Are you stupid? Gero was a trend of dyeing your hair bright and wearing a lot of makeup to be very girly and stand out. Oh! It's not like though, it's those like... I think it's similar to geisha, I think. Geisha is also like one of the like girls back then, they have to like wear makeup, right? The makeup is like the face entirely makeup to the point where it's white, and then red eyeliners, and then like eyelashes, right? Like mascara and everything, and then like very red lips like that. I think that's geisha, I think. Or was it something, was it called something else? I feel like that sounds like geisha as well, or gyaru, I don't know. They seem to spawn at the same time from both sides and stop for a bit. Oh, there was a 90s trend. Oh, oops, then my bad. 90s. Oh my god, wait, that's not too far ago, and that's not too long ago. I'm gonna lose all my health here. Also, they just seem to disregard my heart, which is very weird. 10? Maybe I can. Okay, let's make use of the hen here. We bomb the site? We don't have to go to the other side then. No, they spawn from one side only, but then sometimes they decide to spawn on my side. Okay, so now we have to defend ourselves and then try to bomb the other side. Without... Yeah, I can just keep doing this, honestly. Ooh. Oh, here they come. Okay, there we go. That should stop them from spawning. That's a defensive maneuver. You can choose to like put a bomb on top of you so that they don't touch you. A geisha went longer for more than 30 years, but it could have stemmed. Stereotypical gyaru will be depicted with a fake tan and blonde dyed hair, since Japanese people have quite fair skin and black hair in the most part. I think I remember them... Some like something like they see. Do they see like none? Like they see blonde hair with like blue eyes as like a demon or something? Because they are not Japanese, they are like from somewhere else. I could have misunderstood everything here. Sandals? No. So this one is like speed down. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, go through bombs. I'm gonna destroy those things. Did it not count? Oh, it counted. Okay. Ooh, this is nice. That needs to get affected? Oh shit. I gotta be quick about it then. They still spawn? The clock is the worst item ever, hello? Okay. At least I can walk through bombs now. Already a repeat. The cock is the worst item ever, damn. No! No, cock is great. Especially dragon cock. Wow, shit, was that AI voicing of me? I would... Deserved. I never seen that enemy before. What am I fighting against? At least I'm safe. Ooh. They have the fire. Oh. That's good enough. AI voicing. Hey, look, I have to get an excuse somewhere. Oh. Also, hi Jameson. Jameson came in at the interesting timing. What's with this weird placement of a map? We go left. Excuse for personal opinion? Hey, look, if someone were to be like, oh my god, this stupid boat loves dragon cock? Wow, cancelled. You never know what's gonna happen with internet, right? Uh-oh. Oh fuck, oh fuck. Oh, I hate this map. Oh my god, I hate this map. Oh yeah? Nope. Don't even try. What are you chasing? What the hell? Oh, you're not chasing. Oh yeah? No. God, I hate these things. Yeah, chase them down. I think I would always just die whenever I got the bombs that go through blocks. Maybe. I don't know how I survived that though. I could have died like 10 times over, I feel like. Yeah. Got him. Okay, that was a little bit spicy. We go little. open, Mama Dragon. Wait. Oh, it's gonna... I forgot they can scoop it. Oh, this stage is spicy. Oh, thanks for it. Where? Yeah, those things kills. How do you even dodge that? Ooh. It's the fact that it doesn't show where it is, it's so difficult. I can barely see where they're coming from. I'm gonna have to bump the cutie, she's spicy tonight. Yeah. I think today I'm feeling a little bit more... I'm feeling a little bit more. I don't know. I wonder if there would be like... I want to see if I can find a remote bomb here. I'll find a safe angle, just throw bombs and bomb them. No? Okay, that doesn't help. I actually kind of want to do a safe state here, just in case. Give me a second. Kobo is very spicy tonight. Oh, screen's gone. Give me a second. Save game position here. Alright, I did it. Here we go. 1 pixel game. We squished the game. I feel like this is a hit. Yeah, I knew it. I fucking knew it. No remote bomb. Diabolical. It's okay, we have the chase bomb. My guts were right. No, a bit too late, I think. No, it's fine. No help. If we lose, we're gonna fight again. Yeah, the music is different as well. Background's different. Without remote bomb, this is so difficult now. Nice. It used to be frame 1, I think. A little bit too late. Yeah, a little bit too late. Nice. Kobo is feeling spicy tonight. Feel free to share something in the spicy corner if you want. I don't know. Last night I saw someone. I'm not gonna say who, right? But I saw someone in my spicy Discord shared something that I really like, and like, wow. How did that count? Nice. Alright, here we go. This should be the true ending. Alright, bitch. Oh, I got stuck. No. Ah, I wasted my... I wasted the thing. I have to fight. No. No. Okay, wait a minute. No. I don't have my chaser bomb now. Thank god I saved state. Too late. Oh, just right actually. She's unhinged, uncaged even. She needs to be locked up. Oh no. No. Kobo cannot be locked up too early. Way too early actually. That's perfect. At least this bomb explodes slightly faster, like has a shorter fuse than the chaser bomb, slightly. So this one is like easier to react. Yeah. There's a reason why I put it there. On the third row. Wait, I got 9 health again. That was too quick, oh my god. So in case you guys don't know, this stage has like... You can fall if you go too far, and then you like keep pushing up. Like go back. Evie! Hi Evie. Always want the first damage. Nice. Oi! Oh, I forgot about that! I cannot get too close to him! Oh. Fuck! Oh, thank you, Evie. Oh shit, it's tough. Oh, Evie is doing good. I think this part of the game might be a little bit low. Today Kobo is banned. Today I'm feeling spicy. Oh, maybe I actually, you know what? I take that back. I feel spicy almost every day. Weird. Chat, I'm gonna make an executive decision to save state here, okay? It takes too long to beat the 2 balls over and over again, but I will only use this save state if I get annoyed or when I lose my entire health. Then yeah. think he was suggesting eventually. Yeah, the first two bosses was just nothing burger. Alright, bitch. I want your first damage. Okay, don't push bomb, don't put bomb, it's fine. We can find after. Oh, I have to wait! No, I forgot. Set up. I messed up. Bitch, that's what you get. I have to be careful too because I don't have any defensive options. Don't put bomb. Yeah, that's right. Let's go! Easy! Get fucked. Once another gimmick, you're done. Nice. It saves that confidence. Actually, I feel like it, yeah. Nice, we got a good ending on the second try only, holy shit. Nice, they were all like back to prison they go. The sucker punch, we love that. Have I fought that guy? Oh yeah, I did on my first try. Oh, nice. Teamwork. Yeah, we fought this guy as well. Oh. Teamwork. What? Where's the boop is not appearing again? The boops are... Oh, the boops are way below. What the heck? I'm being booped somewhere else. Excuse? I didn't even know. Wait a minute. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, hey. How did I do that? Holy shit. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, hey. How did I do that? Wait. Uh-oh. Oh, the fake out? Dang. And these small maps are really tough to fight against. Tanashi Ozaki. We got him. Yeah. No more Clockman. Back to prison they go. We did it! This is the best game ever. Well, best Bomberman, I feel like. Easy game. Easy game. I haven't seen this one. Do I go battle mode on Bomberman 5 for a little bit? 46%. Not even halfway there? Alright, Google Translate. Certificate of recognition. Your level clear achievement rate is 46%. I'll officially recognize you as a bomber soon. Bomber soon. Oh, bomber soon. By Bomberman. Right, okay, so that's what it is. This is the one that I got just now. It looks like the same. Advice? Advice, is that? Oh, it is. Advice. Ado. Have you cleared Bomber yet? Or maybe not yet? 46% now. Tadaima? That looks like Tadaima though. Tadaima. Why is it welcome back? Oh, get that fine? We can get that fine. Did anyone want to try to call for the screen before? Oh, yeah. I wanna get that. I wanna try that. Give me a second. We go sound test. I wanna listen to my favorite music. Yeah. Right, let me get that die real quick. Thank you, Aliu. Thank you. Whoa. Don't look. Don't look. Well, I mean...
Good girl, yeah.
Oh. Oh my god, someone in Telegram sent me the best thing ever. Ooh. Nope, I'll share it to my Discord. Okay. Oh, it's by Stir! Of course it's that good. Oh my god. Right, let's give it a try. Link to Liu. Ooh, wonder what it does. It brought me to battle mode? Something Toru? Roi? Royaru? Oh, it's a battle royale? Battle royale. I think Modo. Oh, Modo. Battle royale. Mania. Manian something model. It could be like a mania mode. I can read this. Something E? Something Batoru? I can read that. Let's just go Battle Royale. I don't know what that password there. Hi, Sola. Man. Man. Ooh. I wanna be dog. Everyone's a dog. Stinky engine. Your why? Oh, weak. Would normal. Tsuyoi, I think? So Tsuyoi is strong. This one is strong then. Yoi. Alright, it's Tsuyoi. Alright, we do 4 minutes. I don't know what these are, but let's keep them like this. Supa and something. Run Tamu. Oh, it's random. What does random mean? What is this? Seton. Is it se? I cannot read. The Japanese is way too hard. Alright, just go this one then. I'm a basic build. Dragon knows for the code. Oh shit, what the fuck is going on? That's very different. Damn, that was quick. I have a crazy bomb. Oh, I thought you won that. Fuck. Shit. Come here. There you go. You're welcome. Got him. Oh. Alright, what do I do? I have no speed. It's kinda hard to kill them like this. Whoa. Come on, red. Oh. Bad angle. Oh! Oh, that bomb saved him. I have nothing. Oh shit! Fair enough. That's what I'm afraid of. Waiting to strike. Oh, that's supposed to be long enough. I didn't expect that to bomb like that. No! Bad timing. Some of y'all better put bombs. Y'all pussies. Mine. Bad timing! Oh my god, green's bomb is long. There it is. So it just changes the placement? It made everyone closer together. Oh, you greedy! Blue is so pissed. Blue is fuming. Oh, green's coming. Oh, you wanna give it to me? You wanna give this to me? Oh no! I'm so mean sometimes, fuck. Black is strong. It's okay, I feel I'm pretty good now. Oh my god, my power is so long. So green and red somehow is very angry at me. I could have died. Oh my god, my power. I need to stop doing that. They were doing the pattern. Wow, Tsuyoi is scary. But it's weird how they remove all the bomb and kick and pushes and everything. Oh. Already? I can only put one bomb, but my power is like crazy long. Oh. That's fine. Oh, I could have died. I got lucky. I was trying to get items too. Did I set to 3 battles or 4? I think I set to 3. Oh. I like how this is just like a raw bomb fight. My power is crazy again. Yo! Oh, I went into it! I thought it's a small bomb, I'm stupid. Uh-oh, green has 2 now. I feel like sometimes I got too aggressive. It's a bad habit of mine. I need to realize that I don't have any like defensive options here. There's no like, I don't have kick, I don't have... Yeah, essentially I don't have anything to like save my life in a pinch. unfortunate to be you. Ooh. I'm a menace. Do that. They survive. Wow, they hate green. I mean, obviously I would hate green too. Green is like winning. Oh my god, please. No! Black fucked me over. I can't believe it. What was that? Bomberman? Oh, unfortunate. We lost. Oh, did I get to play this as well? Do I get to see the computer play this? Oh, what are you doing? You're griefing. What are you doing? How do you do that? I only know how to throw it slowly, but that shit was like the fastest throw ever. Holy shit. Well, that's Super Bomberman 5. Do I... Can anyone has like a N64 emulator? Like, recommendation? I think I'm gonna try to... You know what? I'm gonna try to do some thing here. So let me close this, let me go here. I'm gonna try to find some emulator for N64. But in the meantime, it's probably gonna take a little bit of time, so I forget about I'm not gonna play Super Bomberman 3 for now. Yeah. Because I'm really curious about Bomberman 64 now. I would help if I was home on my PC because I have one. Oh, it's okay. Emulation is evil. You're stealing directly from Mr. Miyamoto's pockets. Nintendo don't is evil anyway. Nintendo 64. Bomberman. This one. Wait, Bomberman 64. Wait, no. Project 64? If Project 64 wasn't malware, I would use it. What do you mean Project 64 is malware? Every time you don't buy a $70 remake, you are stabbing Miyamoto straight in the heart. Well, I do not condone that action, but I'm being forced to, you know, I'm broke as fuck. Bomberman 64. Okay. The second attack. Get this one. Project 64 was really bad for the longest time until about now. Oh, okay. I'm reading. A lot of people are using Simple 64. Yeah, a lot of people are just saying that just use Simple 64. Double check. There's no Simple 64 anymore. Simple 64. Oh, no, it's here. Okay. Oh, it's in GitHub. This one. I'm always kind of like confused about GitHub. RetroArch can do some N64. I heard someone talk about like RetroArch thing, but a lot of people are just suggesting Simple 64 when they talk about Project 64. And if 90% of people are gonna agree that just use Simple 64, then I think it's a fair choice for you to just use Simple 64. I'm gonna throw it to I'm gonna throw it to VirusTotal now, just in case. But then again, I don't know how reliable VirusTotal is. I'm just gonna do it anyway for the peace of mind. No flag. Okay. I assume I just open up Simple 64 GUI.exe. I assume that must be the one. So are we setting up? I never really play any N64 emulator before, so I don't know I don't know what to expect. Oh, where's my music? Oh, there it is. Alright, so I have this. I guess I can put a game file here. This one, and then just put Bomberman 64. It's only... Is it only 8 MB? No, it's 5 MB. Oh yeah, 5 MB is pretty big. Well, big with the biggest quotation mark, you know, big. Alright. Okay, and then empty recycle bin. Boom. So I'm gonna try to open up N64 here without showing the screen for now. I want to see what I'm looking at. Okay, so we have the emulator on. Volume, I'm gonna turn it down. Okay. Settings. Input plugin and config path. What? Core and video settings? What am I looking at? I don't think I want to touch any of these. Just netplay. Controller configuration. What is this controller configuration? It's so weird. Auto? I don't know if auto is a good idea, but okay. Okay, yeah, no, I don't know what I'm doing. I hope my controller works for N64. Open ROM. Okay, it's here. Alright, so it has Z64 file. Okay, okay. I'm gonna check something again before I show the screen again, and then I'm gonna like Can I not, like, manage profile? New profile? Okay, there we go. What is the controller? What am I looking at? Is this A, B, Z trigger? LR button, D-pad, control stick, C stick? Wait, what does the N64 controller looks like? Is it... What is this? What am I looking at? What am I looking at? So, you have D-pad, you have a dick, A, B, and what is this? And secret control is cool. Left hand moves depending on the game. What? That's kind of innovative, actually. But then again, it looks... I don't know why it just looks uncomfortable to me. Hey, look. My first ever console game was PS2, okay? I don't even have the money to buy anything else when I was a kid. We have to play with rain and water when we were a kid. So depending on the game, you hold the middle or the left side with your hand, with your left hand. It was good. 2D games use the D-pad. 3D games use the stick. There was an index finger button behind the stick called Z. Yeah, they have this. I was in the configuration here. So there's only two buttons, right? So AB, Z trigger. Z trigger is the one you said, right? Index finger button behind the stick called Z. So essentially, this is a quote-unquote a shoulder button or trigger. I need to up the dead zone for my controller. I bumper is Z or I? I bumper? What is C? Is this C? So that's control stick. This is control stick. This is D-pad. This is C stick? Not stick, this is C. It just says C, right? Yeah, C left, C right, C up, C down. I've never seen an N64 controller before. Holy shit, this is weird. Oh my god. Okay, so A, B. No, I want to change. A. B is still here. Oh, should I change the up? No, I change the up one. A. And then B. Okay. And then Z trigger. No. Stop. Z trigger X is 4? Most people bind the C sticks to the right stick. C buttons to the right stick. Yeah, it's what I'm thinking. It looks similar enough. LR. So D-pad left. Up. Down. Control stick left. Right. Up. Down. And then C left. Right. Up. Down. C buttons were often used as the right stick. L button and Z buttons are practically the same button. Most games don't use both. Only one or the other. Oh, okay. So LR button So we have LR run, so that's good enough then. I'm playing Bomberman. It's only gonna be like just like buttons to put bomb, buttons to explode bomb, and buttons to move around. Should be fine. Should be fine. Okay, let me do some like save and close. Invalid profile name. I crave dragons. Okay, save and close. I have I crave dragons, so controller 1 will be I crave dragons. Okay. Gamepad. I don't know about auto, I'll just put auto. Alright, take your time, Zeus. Okay, I have this. Close this. Close all. Okay, and then I'm going to go here, and then here, boom. Simple 64. I'm gonna hide this now, so I hope that it works. Open ROM. Boom. I did turn down the volume, so hopefully it's fine. Is it working? No, it's not. Oh, it's working, it's working. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Thank God for the volume slider. My PC's dying. What the hell? My PC's dying? And 64 emulation is very bad. I never played this one, so I don't know what to expect. Throw bombs control stick? What? When? Oh, C stick, right? That's what they're called. So it's right stick to throw bombs? It's so cursed. B button is AB. AB. So my B to throw bombs. C stick didn't exist in N64. So control stick is something different. Oh, there's D-pad and control stick, the one in the middle, the dick. Is it? I'll try B button, I don't know. Adventure. Oh, the face. Hmm? Unless you hold the controller either way. Ooh, okay. I mean, I'm holding it one way because I'm using a generic controller here. Oh, the game is suddenly very not loud. Give me a second. Sorry. Sorry. But what do you mean it crashed? Oh my god, what do you mean it crashed? It crashed? What? I was trying to turn up the volume. Hiya, what to do? Alright, let me try again. A rare noises folder? Yeah, there is. People can contribute to rare noises. So far there's mine and also tunes, rare noises. Open recent. Alright, try again. Oh. It crashed again! What? What do I do? What? Do I have to open it as administrator? I don't think I need to do that. N64 emulation is very bad. I just didn't think it's that bad. I mean, you mentioned that it's bad, but I didn't think it's gonna be crashing constantly bad. One more try. Is it because my PC is too weak? You need a NASA computer to play this game, maybe? Alright, skip this. That was a cool opening sequence though. Oh, hey, it saved the file. Oh, I just skipped everything. Oh my god, this dragon! This is the best game ever. Green Garden. Untouchable treasure. I'm here to help, just like I promised. First, I need to teach you some basic moves. Move the control stick a little to walk, a lot to run. Keep in mind that you should walk when you're enclosed in dangerous areas, but feel free to run in open safe areas. Hardware stuff that's hard to recreate digitally. I wonder if it was ever released in a collection or something on a better emulated platform. I have no idea. Press A button to set a bomb. The bomb will soon boom. Move away from the boom so you don't get burned. Or a pop or a block. Destroy with a boom. Items may appear from a destroyed object, so blow up as many objects as you can. When you find a suspicious area, set a bomb there instead or stand on top of it. It could be a special switch. There's a large red gem in this ruin, which is protected by a magical barrier. And step on the 4 switches to release the barrier. That's it for now. You can talk to me by pressing a B button. My name is Sirius, a name you should remember. No. You're not Dragon. Get out of here. I'm tempted to watch the subdication of the Aranka arc from Bleach. It's 2 hours long. Oh, Bleach? Isn't Bleach the anime like big sword swing, black robes, ghost, and that I don't know what they're called. I don't watch anime as much. Are you enemy? Oh my god, it's a free roam bomb? That's so weird. So it explodes in areas instead of like... This is such a unique concept. Hi Bomberman, this time I'm going to teach you how to lift and throw. Use the B button to lift, press B and to throw. But yes? Is it wildly different? Bomberman... Wait, I need to Bomberman got a recon? It's not his big role. A fan part of the game. Oh! Wildly different. It's still wild to me how the Gotei 13 are Japanese, Los Noches are Mexican, and one Den Reich are German? Ratio profiling early enemies is fucking bonkers. I'm pretty much surprised seeing other games after this being my first and only example of the series. Oh. There are 3 distances you can throw, which are determined by the amount of pressure you apply to the control stick. Oh, you can control how much you throw? Enemies with bomb to knock them unconscious. Unconscious enemies can be picked up and thrown. What? A time enemy can be knocked unconscious, picked up and thrown into another area. For the mention, use C buttons to change the camera angle even while the game is paused. Oh wow, hey. kick. It doesn't hit. Oh my god, this is so weird. You can just put all the bombs like without any like constraints, no grid. Holy, this thing is tough. I mean, that thing is tough. My PC is not so tough. My PC is like dying. No jumping, right? LR does nothing. I wonder if Kobo has ever seen the edgy, gritty, realistic Xbox release of Bomberman? No. My Bomberman knowledge stops at the PlayStation 1 version of Bomberman, that's it. This time I'll teach you the bomb kick, which can be just as useful as the bomb throw. Bomb kick, run into a bomb, press the A button twice while still. Oh, just run into a bomb? We saw using the R button. It would say the bomb would be knocked unconscious. What? Kick a bomb along a wall, into a space between the walls, try using this technique in different situations. Also, chat. I cannot believe I forgot about this. My PC is dying. Help. Bomberman. I forgot to change category. Alright, I'm back. Yo! Bomberman sounds so weak all of a sudden. Oh. Do you like that bomb? Sure you do. The jumping. Oh, that's one. This is so weird. Send cover TM. Oh, the Xbox cover. I just look at how to use the recon. It's super easy. Wanna try right now before you get too deep? Sure. What's a recon? What's a recon? It's like someone released it in a more recompile. Recompile, they remade the game to work for PC as support. I can talk with Discord. Okay. Let me close this one first then. It's gonna crash if I do this. Yep. Yeah. No way. You cannot toggle full screen. It just fucking crashes. Alright, we're gonna talk to... Let's talk to... Oh my god, I'm looking at the post I just posted in Discord. Oh my god, it's so good. Stop. Is that Bomberman? What the hell? That's not Bomberman. Ew, get out. I'm sorry. I think I have Discord audio set. You can call me. Would be nice to like being taught. No clue what they're thinking, right? It's shit. It's shit. You can call. Yeah, Zeus can call whenever I'm ready. I'm looking at Discord right now. Don't worry. Alright. Oh, maybe I should call actually, since I'm the one that's streaming. Oh, okay. Okay. Wow.
Hello?
Zeus.
Oh no, I'm an orb.
Oh, you're an
Hello?
you were a very big orb. I just realized.
Let me fix my volume.
You're a little bit soft. I have you on 20%.
Oh,
There we go.
hello.
E.
Wait, give me 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. I haven't spoken all day, so
It's okay.
it's the first time I speak, so my voice is weird. I sent you the GitHub. That should be the releases page.
I just
I don't know.
there.
Yeah, let me make my Windows tabs next to each other instead of having scrolled past 100 tabs. You're gonna want to go down to it's the third from the bottom. It's gonna be Windows recompile or recompile Windows .zip. Yeah. You're gonna download that. You're gonna extract it into a folder that you want it to be into.
I'll just put it
I don't know
into
how many
desktop.
megabytes it is. 24
It's
megabytes.
24,
You want it in a folder.
Oh, it's not in the folder yet? Okay. I can easily fix that. Bomba. I cannot do colon. Bomb. Okay. Oh my god.
You're gonna want to extract it into there. Why do you have WinRAR?
WinRAR?
Yeah, why do you have WinRAR?
Why not WinRAR?
Because it's now extracting files is a native feature of Windows now.
Is it?
Yeah.
But WinRAR.
Since like Windows 7.
What? No way, you're lying.
Yeah, I don't have WinRAR. I haven't had a WinRAR since I owned my own computer.
I've been using WinRAR forever. I mean, it's good.
You're gonna want the ROM that you downloaded for Bomberman, and you're gonna want to put it in the same folder.
Okay. So
the same ROM you were using.
Where did I put it? Oh, I remember my games and shit. So put it into the same folder?
You're gonna want to put it in the same folder.
It is now in the same folder.
Wait, what was that again? I was listening to something real quick.
The ROM is now in the same folder as the thing that I just downloaded.
Okay, you should just be able to run the Bomberman 64 recompiled.exe. Just the second file, the exe. And it should work.
Oh, mods settings. Oh, I need to up my dead zone for my joystick.
It should be plug and play. There's a way to make it work off a flash drive, but I don't think you want that.
Cheats? Oh my god, wait, is there mods that I can play as someone else?
There might be mods, but I don't know who makes them.
Yeah, who makes the mod? Wait, install mods. Why are you gonna bring what? Main volume, turn it down. 69. Full screen? Okay, controls. I'm on my controller. Oh, we just... Oh, that's so weird. My controls were... Place bomb... What's
Oh,
this?
I also gave you the debug version.
Debug version?
Yeah, but I don't think there's... No, there's not a Windows. Yeah, the Windows one is only debug version. I guess they did... I don't know.
So I'm playing the cheaty version of the game?
You can cheat.
But I just want mods where I can play as a Kobo.
I mean, you're going to have to learn some coding.
Fuck.
Some N64 coding.
Shit.
Maybe Bracky knows.
Maybe.
Let's get Bracky in here.
She is Ra, cause Ra. Yeah, see, the Mama Dragon knows what's up. I use WinRAR because I run, kind of. Bombable, Kobo Cat's Fireball, yeah. Lift bomb, talk, detonate bomb, stop bomb, pause, zoom in, camera left, zoom out, camera right, menu, debug. Toggle menu?
That's probably pause.
Isn't there a pause just now? Yeah, there is a pause. It's already at my... Oh, okay. So toggle menu is probably... Oh, this menu maybe? Yeah, it's select. Okay, okay. Accept, apply. Oh, it's now full screen. But I still need to like capture this thing. I think I need to capture this thing. So that it has sound? Question mark? But it is now in full screen, so I don't think I need to. This is very weird. Okay, put it here.
I don't think it's capturing properly right now.
Yeah, because
now
I have the filter to cut off the 4x3 just now. Where's my mouse? Okay, exit, exit. Select ROM. Oh, there.
You should select ROM and then select the file or the where you put the ROM right now.
Yeah, it popped out and I chose it and now it's just stuck. Maybe it's loading.
Hopefully.
Oh.
And before I give you malware.
Oh, I can start game now. It's okay. If it's malware, I'll blame
hackering.
Zeus. Wait. Oh, it's working.
I was hackering.
You're a hacker. I cannot believe it. Oh, it's 4x3 again. What? That's the way right so loud. What? Everything's fine. Is it running at 6? It's running at 60, what the hell? My ears are bleeding. I'm round like bomb. Yeah, you are. Oh, it's cropping weirdly now. What? What the heck?
Probably because the intro was a video file, and now this is like the actual game.
No, like the actual game is it not 4x3? It has to be 4x3.
The port
though.
might not be 4x3.
Yeah, the port might not be actually.
But the video, it might have been a pre-recorded video that was 4x3.
Because the TM is getting like cut off, so that's why.
Make it bigger. Make it 16:9.
It's not exactly 16:9 currently.
I see you increasing it pixel by pixel.
Yeah, I am. Because I don't know how much to increase it. Is this right? Oh wait, that's... So it's 250? Oh, it's 250. That's crazy. That should be good, I think. Welcome to my stream where everything is done manually. No, this is 4x3. No, it's not. 4x3 is smaller. No, it is 4x3. So that SNES was just a lot smaller, question mark? I felt like something was weird. Anyways, we're playing this.
That reminds me, last night, or yesterday, I guess, I spent like an hour trying to fix something in OBS live on stream and it didn't work. And I just stopped.
Oh. It's running better though? Yeah, it is. It's running at 60 FPS as well, which is... It feels weird. But I like it. Everything looks so clear as well. I forgot to turn down the volume. Help. I'm gonna turn down the volume here. Fancy. Okay, I think this is good. Mission complete. Can I have text next to me with an arrow saying bomb? How do I do that? Oh. How many sounds? Oh, I did it wrong. Wait. I'm not looking at the game. I'm just gonna point your forehead. Like a sticky note. So it's just like, oh shit. Okay, there we go. Alright, can someone summarize the story for me? What happened to the game? I have no idea. Oh, hi Stella. I can leave or leave. I don't even need me was simple, sure, better than emulation, at least my phone. I'm a bullet that goes through walls and kills you accidentally. Kills you cutely? Oh my god, Zeus. The E guys are attacking. Oh, and then we're trying to stop the E guys from doing K-pop music on us. Is that what it is? Well, you can... you I'll explore the K-pop station. You go, Zeus. Oh yeah, you can leave if you want. Right? Or you can mute me, or I can leave after. Oh my god, everything looks so fucking clear. Holy shit! Shut up! You were talking to me already. Shut up! Oh my god. Okay. It's so weird. Then the bomb just bombs in the 3D plane. I thought here I won't be bomb. Okay, if you hold throw, you can charge bombs to be bigger. If you hold throw, or maybe hold bomb. No, it does nothing. Maybe it's like a late game thing. Yeah, that could be it as well. Could be a power up. Or something. The... Oh my god, it's you again. Shut up! Shut up! I know how to play this game. Oh, it's this thing again. Oh no, Jim. The trailer showed the green guy being squishable throw. Oh yeah, I can stun them and then just... But the bomb is nearby, it's gonna be so scary. Maybe if I'm fast enough. Oh. I couldn't grab him. Landing the bomb on them? It's an insta-kill if I land the bomb on them, question mark? What'd I do? Oh yeah, there's one light here. Yeah, right. Oh my, what the hell? The fuck was that? Well, I don't know if you guys hear that, but I think he wanted you to kick the bomb under the wall. Wanted you to kick the bomb under the wall he stood by, I think. Oh. Get fucked. Oh, this one. Oh, I can move. Oh, I can move again. Oh, they crash. It crashed again. What the hell? No way. My PC just couldn't play this game. I don't know. It's okay. Okay, look, we can try again. This time I have an idea. Give me a second. What if I turn down the graphics? Right, what if I turn down the graphics? I think the frame rate is capped. Resolution original. Down sampling. Increase quality original 2 times. 4 times down sampling quality original 2 times may cause performance issues on low-end devices, as it will cause the game to render at almost 4K internal resolution. Original full screen. Oh, maybe if I put the frame rate as original, so don't make it run at 60. No anti-aliasing. HUD placement is 16 by 9. So we're gonna apply this. Right, exit. Start the game again, right? Ah, this. Oh my god, I just came out where this game came out. It's still running at 60 though. Is it not? Yeah, I just came out. I'm a 97 of your 8. Yeah. Oh my god, this bitch doesn't shut up. Hiya. Can be knocked unconscious, picked up and thrown to another area. Oh, must be that one. Like this guy, right? Bomberman sounds so weird. I can move. Okay, I can move again. I didn't know Bomberman is a puzzle game. Essentially, I can just kind of farm these 3 boxes to get like maximum power, you know? going to teach you how to use the most important powerful technique, the pump bomb. Pick up the bomb, repeatedly press the A button when the bomb starts to shine, it completely pumped up. A use for the pump bomb is, by the way, did you notice the sound this blue color makes when you hit it with a boom? Objects can be 3 strength, can be destroyed with a bomb, a pump bomb, or a red bomb. Think of that size as a sign that your bomb cannot destroy the object, or you need a more powerful bomb. Excuse me, what are you talking about? The support of this bridge can be destroyed with a pump bomb. Give it a try. Another use of the pump bomb is an enemy with high HP can be squashed with a pump bomb. Oh, more firepower and cause more damage can be used when battling a boss. Master this technique. So pick it up. And then just get up. Oh, Kobo, hi! Welcome, Cobalt Gold. Hi, Woofles. Cobalt Raid, hi. What were you playing? Were you playing more Deadlock? Yeah, how was Deadlock? Hopefully Deadlock was heckin' great. Welcome in, Raiders from Cobalt Gold. I'm Tira. I'm a Cobalt. I play a boo.
And welcome.
Thank you, Woofles. I'm Tira. I'm a Cobalt. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Welcome. A Cobalt goes rat. Oh my god. How's stream going? Pretty well. I finished Super Bomberman 5 on SNES, and now I'm trying out Bomberman 64 for the first time ever. I didn't know this game exists, but now I do, and so far it's been a bit confusing, but I kinda like it. Like, of course, if you need any post-stream care, you know, get some rest, get some food, get some drink. Very important. Thanks for the raid, Cobalt Gold. Thank you. Oh. Okay. So does that mean that my bomb is not strong enough to destroy this blue pillar? Let me hear it. Oh, I'll be taking some care of myself. I'm hungry. Of course, get a good rest, get some good food. Cobble Gold, thank you. And hi, Star Trooper. What? Wawa? Oh my god, Wawa. Hello. Hi, hecckin. Yep. What were you playing? Final Fantasy. How much is that? That's 6, right? Oh, 4. Okay, yeah. 4. I know. I totally know that's 4. Yep. Exactly. That's 4. I know, right? Well, hope Final Fantasy 4 is fun. Also, welcome in, everyone. Hope you are doing good. Oh my god, my PC is dying. Help. Funny thing here is, no, like my monitor is too small. I cannot read chat. Oh my god. Yo. Okay, let me do this. Okay, there we go. Now I can read again, I think. Almost we were just talking 5 seconds ago. Ooh. Valley? Oh, a Valley? I've started back my little series marathon and all, going through all the Final Fantasy games. Ooh, okay, okay. Heck yeah, hopefully it was great. The biggest number, then increments of it up to 3 times, then the next increment, so... Iya-san. I mean, I know 1, 2, 3. V is 5? No, 1 V is 4. One, two, three, one V one. Oh, it goes backwards until V, and then 5, 6, 7, 8 is V111. The fuck is 1X? What the heck? I'm an Avali, a little bit of a creature. Heck yeah. I mean, it kind of varies between different Avalis, right? But usually Avali is kind of small as well, no? Are they smaller than kobolds? Because I want to be small. 1 to 16 in Roman numerals, by the way. Shit, that's difficult. Depends. I'm relatively small and I love being small. Like, also, welcome in everyone from the raid. I'm Tira. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits and I do hard sometimes. Welcome. I'm smaller than Kobo according to what's on screen. Okay, yeah, that's just not true. You know what? Okay, give me a second. I'm putting you... Okay, you're there now. No. And then the bomb is here. Alright, the boop is still kind of a sus area. Okay. I pumped up the Zeus bomb. Sounds about right. I'd say about the same size as Kobo normally, but can be taller. I become more lethal. I will still destroy these lands. Yeah, you will. You totally will. You're gonna go destroy those E-boys. I don't know how, like, okay, I need to pump up more bombs. So how do I pump again? Bomb. Grab. Spam. Yeah, I think it just stops here. It will not explode, right? It sent me to destroy this? Ooh. Gonna be heading out to go lurky though, really hungry and wanting food. Yeah, have good food. And thanks for the raid. Appreciate you. Thank you. Have good rest. What is that, Jade? Oh, dinner came. Uh-oh. Well, it's not my fault, Star. Oopsies. Apparently Star is the dinner now. Get fucked. Oh, yeah, we can auto support, makes sense. Ooh, I'm dead. I'm not dinner. Yeah, I know Star's not dinner. But Jake just think otherwise. According to Google, that is pinging like the what? I don't fucking know how to explain that shit. It's a Russian letter. I never seen that thing before. Fucking motorbikers, noisy ass. No eating of small creatures here. Yeah, no eating. I can stay in Dragon Mall though. It's okay. That one is great. Did you not have to stay in Dragon Mall? No, now you do. Hooray! What? That's nothing bad. I just like staying in mall. Other star is going to war, but I still love to tease him. Oh, that's cute. I just like mall. I'm not into forest. Well, not a lot anyway. So what's the point of destroying the bridge again? I'm a sniper. Where? Maybe there's something else I can destroy. Oh. I'm already stuck on first stage, let's go. It's not the Bomberman I know and love. If it does extra damage with a pumped up bomb. So maybe there's something else I can destroy with the bomb. Oh, what do you mean I can break those blocks? What? Wait, so what's wall? What can be broken? Blocks next to the snake head thing. This one? Can I swim there? No. So this is a puzzle game? Bomb the head? Guess I can try. Oi, Yamada. There's zero indication on what to do. I'm not a big fan. There's zero indication on what to do. I'm already not a fan, I'm so sorry. Like, I know a lot of people love this game, a lot of people saying that this game is great, but man, I don't know what to do, like 95% of the time. Isn't Bomberman always has been like the straightforward game where you have bombs, you have monsters, you bomb them, you go to the next stage? When did it become a platformer puzzle game? What is this? You learn quite a bit. This time I'll teach you a special move called the bomb jump. In an area like this, you need to use a bomb to cross. You can cross over to the next platform by using the bomb jump. Practice it here to get a hang of it. Aerial bomb explosion, remote bomb technique. You'll be able to destroy objects in the air. Throw the bomb and press the Z button while the bomb is at its highest point of the air. Use this technique in the battle with a boss. Once you pick up a remote bomb, use it to block. Use it on the block that's in the air. If you master these two techniques, you should be able to handle any situation you encounter. Good luck. What? Is this Bomberman? Is this Bomberman? Yeah. What? Excuse me? Yeah. And then I just... What? Okay. Okay, that also works. This is... I'm very dumbfounded. Give me a second, I need to... Yeah, okay. I don't know about this. I don't know. The snake? Who? Oh, Breen! Hi, Breen. This game is so good, I have fond memories. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm feeling very differently for now though. Like, I mean, I guess because I'm very fond of the Bomberman, that just... I'm a Bomberman. I have bomb. I take a bomb. I blow shit up. Alright. Straightforward as that. And then to the next stage. This one is... It's suddenly a puzzle... Suddenly a puzzle platformer game. It's like... Personally, I don't get it, right? Not a big fan. No jumping at... What the... Remote bomb? Remote bomb? I'm getting a little pissy now. I'm getting a little pissy now. What is this? Why is it a puzzle game? Oh, I'm getting a little bit mad. Don't I just take bombs and kill things? Ooh. That's a remote bomb, right? Okay, so Z? Okay, Z is left trigger. So I can throw this. Make them explode in the air. Oh. Right. No. I've never been so upset. Hi, Poofy. I can't be so confused about what's happened to a game. I mean, a lot of people love this game, and now I feel terrible because I feel absolutely different about this game. That's 4 rare for big red gem now. Can I... Oh, there's like a... Oh, so I need to do... What did I get? So, can I... Fair enough. Oh, I need to blow them one up? Okay. So I cannot blow open the blue thing, like the blue pillar. Okay, I guess I just keep moving. My last instruction to you from this stage. I'll teach you about the items. Firebomb remote, 50 for an extra credit. This special item, bomb becomes a big bomb. Powerful bomb that can destroy all objects. How do you get red bomb? More firepower than a bomb, and the damage that an enemy takes is greater. It can only be used once per stage. Gold card, an item you receive when certain objectives are completed. There are 5 per stage. That's all for items. What I told you this time are only the basics. Try to learn on your own to improve your skills. So, gold cards, there is no indication on what to do to get the gold cards. And I can only use the big bomb once per stage. And how do I get the big bomb again? Oh, with that special item. Okay, okay. How do I get the special item? assume I can blow open this thing. Gem in the middle? Isn't this going to end the stage? Yeah, this ends the stage. This is... That's not Bomberman. I mean, sure, it has more... I don't know, it's more like... It gives you throw immediately and kick immediately. That's good. And then they have a function that destroys your controller as well. I don't know, man. I never been this weirded out by a game. Holy shit. Look, a lot of people love this game. I get it. Maybe it's not for me. Or maybe I could play a little bit more and give it a try. Right? Right, let's get that by. Imaging going from this to the other games, pretty much a different game entirely. It's so different. Bomberman to me has always been fast-paced, high-octane, high cortisol, look at the bomb, don't get bombed yourself kind of game. Straightforward. You bomb enemies, you go to the next stage. Always has been, right? The early Bomberman games, the SNES ones, even the PS1, the PS1 version of the Bomberman. Heck, I even have Super Bomberman R on my Switch, and that behaves the same. It's just this one is entirely different. It's a platformer now. It's a platformer puzzle game. Wait, before I do get that high, I think this game is influenced by Banjo-Kazooie. Can I say that? Collectathon games has been like very prevalent in the N64 era, no? You have Banjo-Kazooie, you have Conker's Bad Fur Day. It's like those collectathon games with platforming. Probably. Same era, Puzzleman 64. Oh man. I didn't know Bomberman is a collectathon game. Let's play one more stage and see how it goes. Maybe the tutorial is like very puzzly, you know? And then this thing never shuts up. Oh! Oh! Let's go? You're fucked. I didn't do anything. better than I expected. Keep playing like that, you should be able to defeat them. Good luck. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. What do you mean? You bombed yourself, you dumb. Oh, fuck you. I didn't do anything. What do you mean? That was 30 seconds of the AI just slowly killing itself. What the hell? That happened a lot when I played the Neopets Bomberman. AI bombed themselves while I didn't move. I mean, it's so weird. I played Bomberman 5 and the bosses were so clever. Like, you guys saw when I was playing Super Bomberman 5, they are so clever. They know how to dodge, they know how to like, they know how to count how long the bomb explodes and shit. It's like high octane, and it's so fun. Yeah. I'm scared. To have or have not. Wait, I should probably explore this place a little bit. A big open mall. Oh no! I'm pissed. How do you know a thing is explodable? How do you know? Fuck. I was thinking like, oh hey, it's a fucking, you know, platforming section. Okay, I'll do your platforming game. Bitch, it's explodable. What is this? I'm so upset. Kobo is so upset. Right, they... I need to get used to that. About the one responsible for the attack on Planet Bomber. His name is Altair. You have... okay. He drains the planet's energy to power the Omni Cube. The Omni Cube holds the power to rule the universe. From the way he takes this time extracting a planet's energy, it seems he hasn't figured out how to use the Omni Cube. As such an operation doesn't require that much time, however. His incompetence is helping you, and you should be thankful. So... So, without remote bomb, this one is just impossible, question mark? At least the mall is amazing. Can I have more of the mall? Can I have more of the mall? Give me more mall. I need it to soothe my soul. Ayo. What? One is explodable, one is not. This is pissing me off. Can I explode the floor here? Down here? No. What? This is... I'm so upset. Like, how is this one breakable? I didn't see, right? I didn't really pay attention. How is this one breakable? So, this is breakable? Okay. So this one should be breakable as well. This is diabolical. I'm so sorry, this is so diabolical. Why? Why? I'm so upset. This is breakable. Doesn't match the rest of the zone. It's too subtle. I think the problem is it's too subtle. Oh, oops. I have to play the entire stage again. We're going to Super Bomberman 3, I'm sorry. That ain't it. I'm sorry, that ain't it. I'm glad I gave it a try though, but I'm sorry, that's not it. That's not the Bomberman that I know. Offended Ball. Like that's just not Bomberman. It's not. It's not. I think I have Super Bomberman 3. Give me a second. Even 3 is like a fun as heck. 4 is 1.2k. Yeah, I have Super Bomberman R. It's on my Switch. Even Super Bomberman R is like... It plays like the Bomberman that I know, right? Bomberman 64 is awesome because it's an adventure style game. It's great. But if it's not your jam, that's that. Yeah. Because, like, the Bomberman to me has always been like, you go in, you have a bomb, here's a bunch of monsters, you bomb them, you go to the next stage. There's no platforming, there's no like holding the bomb and then trying to pump up your bomb and Yeah, it's just no, right? But if to those people who think that Bomberman 64 is great, well, heck yeah, right? More power to you, right? But I think it's just not my jam. Yeah, it's not my jam. Let me get the SNES again. I wonder if I have like some video display configuration. It's supposed to be. What the heck is a 8.7? Give me 4.3. Yeah, it's a very different game. That was very unexpected. Super Bomberman 3 doesn't have a lot of like good music though, but it's still pretty fun. The music is alright, I would say. Alright, this should be 4.3. Yeah, there we go. That's the accurate one. Oh, I forgot how knocked out this Woman 3 is. Surprisingly, Act 0 is actually closer to the original formula, just not visually at all. Oh, is it the edgy one that you saw, that you sent me just now? Is it that one? Yep. Oh, no. No, I'm not playing that. I'm not playing that. That's not the Bomberman that I know. That's not the cutesy Shirobom, Kurobom, Akabom, Awibom, Midoribom that I know. I never seen this. What's the story of Bomberman 3? I'm sorry if I'm being too harsh to Bomberman 64, but it's just not my jam, right? I apologize, I'm sorry. So Dr. Eggman revived them, and then we have to fight them. Music's gonna jam. Off we go! Shirobom and Kurobom! Oh my god, is that a lizard on the first stage? The sound is so adorable. Oh my god. I forgot 3 is so mega hard. Okay, there we go. Oh wait, they even have the original music as well? Dang. Nice. 3 used to be my favorite, now it's 5. Oh yeah, I have to destroy the bright lights. As like the thing that I need to go to the next stage. I didn't know they have like cute dino in this game, holy shit. Too bad I have to bomb them. 2 bomb-ups on first stage? Dang. Oh, it's good for like 2 player. Yeah, the fuse time is shorter. What do you do again? Right, okay, so blue punches bombs. Nice. I'm still kinda cute though. Oh my god, another pet. Nice. Area 1 clear, I think that's what it says. Oh, right, it's like this. Clearing areas and recover the... Right, okay. I remember now. Yeah, tree's pretty fun, I think it's a lot longer than 5 though, because 5 you can accidentally just like skip every stage. Ooh, oh, I forgot about that, fuck. Actual horror game. Ooh. Technically you can skip in tree as well. You just have to like... Yeah, you bomb the bright lights, and then you can just like... Don't care about the enemies and just like finish the stage. No points. Right, there we go. Oh. Simple and nice. I think I used to play 4 as well. 4 is just not that good. 2 is the one that I cannot beat. Maybe I should try out 2 actually. Yeah, Super Bomberman 2 is like crazy difficult. 1 health, no pets, no nothing. Oh shit, it doesn't have enough. Oh my god, I thought they have enough time. Oh, I'm dead. I'm so dead actually. I'm not dead, I'm the best. Oh, hey. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's fine. Nice, the lingering. Always bomb every obstacle. You never know. Yeah, see. Hey, it's back. Oh, nice. That should be long enough. Did a kick just in case. I don't want to like risk it. I love how in 5 I'm just like bowling. What the heck? There you go. Yeah, area tree clear essentially. Alright, last fragment. I forgot how the boss fight went in Bomberman 3. Got him. Ooh. I love kicking bombs. Early kicking bomb is like crazy strong. Look at this. Oh yeah, Bomberman 3 feels is shorter. Oh, wow, early. Got him. Oh, wow, can I do that? Nice. Let's go. Oh, I exploded something. Yo, shit. Alright. Oh. Where'd you come from? I didn't see that. No, my bomb kick is gone. No, my OP pad is gone. No. Going to boss fight without boss area. Oh, do we just fight here? Oh goddamn! Oh, you just start the boss fight? Okay. Whoa. What am I looking at? I have no memory of this. I'm fighting a fox? Let's go. That's kinda cute. What do you do? Oh my god. Oh. I cannot do anything. I got TF'd. I didn't know this game is like that. Wow. Crazy. So when you see bomb you do that? I assume you can. Yeah, you do. Okay. Because it's fire. Can you throw upwards? I don't think you can. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, I believe you do. You can stop that? This is fine. Yeah, okay. Nice, easy. It's a furry? Cannot believe it. Oh my god. It's a furry with TF? Oh my god. With TF capabilities, you can turn other people into furries as well? Shee. I want my bomb kick again. Yo. Oh, hey. What do you do? Oh, yellow. Right, okay. So it's still color-coded. Too quick? Yeah, too quick. They can change trajectory whenever. If I remember correctly, Super Bomberman 3 is kind of hard, but not exactly like super duper difficult like Super Bomberman 2. Super Bomberman 2 is like crazy. Actually crazy. I can try it out after, if I have enough time, I think. I think this one is not that long. I don't think every area is going to be this short, so... Yeah, we have to unlocking them. Man, I wish there's more speed ups. Oh yeah, I can I can pass through bombs, I forgot. Alright. Nice. They turn into kind of invisible. I don't want to destroy the bank though. Got him. Oh my god, what was that death animation? That looks crazy. Oh, nice. I thought that doesn't kill. That wasn't too bad. You know, the more... sometimes when I stream, right? I just feel like I'm so simple-minded. Maybe this Kobo cannot handle depth. Like depth, D-E-P-T, D-E-P, how do you... depth, D-E-P-T-H. Yeah, that word. And Kobo is so simple-minded, it's crazy. I wanna kick bombs. Oh wait, it's only 3 minutes, I cannot just like mess around like this. Like this. Ooh, that's kind of a shorter fuse. Almost messed up. Nice. Feels like I want more speed up. You bomb through. Oh shit! This game you can. That's kind of scary. Uh-oh. The music is such a jam though, I'm not gonna lie. Right, we're going for a ride. Wee! Easy. Right. No, I want to write one more. Wee! Riding with my yellow pet. Does it bomb upwards? Oh my god, it does. Crazy. Nice too. Right? The music is such a banger. I love it. What does that thing do again? I feel like it. I think I remember it does something crazy, but I don't remember what it is. Oh my god, that was way too close. I don't know why I did that, don't ask. Actually, though, here's a little information, right? So I don't know if it's true to remote bomb. Nice. Okay. I don't know if it's true to the first NES Bomberman, right? But I played the Bomberman Party Edition on PS1. That one sort of recreates the classic Bomberman stages. So I played that, and then apparently there's an item called Fireman, actually called Fireman if I remember correctly. That one just makes you immune to bomb blasts. So it makes the game brain dead, and I love it. And I'm pretty sure they removed the item afterwards. It's like, yeah, no, it's too strong. Feels like that thing does something different. Oh, god damn it. I forgot it just replaces the thing. No, my remote bomb. P-bomb does nothing. Like, I already have full power. Like, come on. Fine, I can still play. It's fine. I just hope I can find a remote bomb soon. You eat bombs, but because you were too slow. Okay, okay. I was like, I know it does something, but I don't remember what. This should kill both of them. Yeah. Finally, speed up. Yeah, I need more speed up so that I can like do more nasty setups. Oh yeah. No, you know what? I'm not gonna talk about it. There was something I wanted to talk about, but then I realized maybe it's a bad idea to talk about it. I'll skip it. It's fine. It's nothing much though. It's just something about Bomberman in general. Right, here we go. Boss to fight too. I'll drink after. Alright, what do you do? Do you have furry? No. Oh, what? This thing sucks. What is this? So you dance like this? Are you gonna explode bombs? Checking what you do? Yeah, you do, okay. Man, if only I have fucking remote bomb, this would be like trivial. Nice, thank you. I have kick, but I cannot kick anymore. Oh my god, that scared me. I was like, where are you going, character? Let's drink some water. Thank you, Mama Dragon. This one goes by pretty fast. There's only 2 more. Tira, hi Kobo, Johnny. What's with Shiny Dragon? You know, maybe, you know what? I'm gonna try Super Bomberman 2. I know this is like a weird way to like segment it, but it's okay. Taking a lucky for a bit while finishes and what? Of course, have a good luck and good luck with work, Mama Dragon. Digging gold, not sharing. Aww, you're just gonna steal it. It's fine. Don't tell Johnny that, but he's just gonna steal it. Starving kobolds? No, we don't starve, we steal. Let me do something real quick. Give me a second. This one. Like I'm not joking when I say Super Bomberman 2 is fucking difficult. There's no extra help for anything. It's just skill and not die. Okay, I got it, I think. So open up this thing, and then go here. Done. Okay. I hope I can just switch games immediately here. Oh shit, I can. Alright. Before that though, let me save state. There, okay. Let's do 2. 2 is extremely difficult. I love how Zeus is still here. Oh, they got revived. It's the same guy. Oh, that makes so much sense now. I was like, they look so familiar. Oh my god, the music is so cute though. Is my camera not working properly? I don't know. It's probably not working properly. Give me a second. Video capture device. No. Just gonna do this one. Configure. No. Oh, I think it could be too bright because sun is shining directly in my face. I didn't think about that. Does it still work? Yeah, sun is shining directly in my face, that's why. Alright, it's okay. Let's do normal game. This one is a lot louder. Sorry, give me a second. Okay, this should be good enough. Super Bomberman 2 is more funky though. It's more funky. Bork. Alright. That's the sound. Bork. It's so good. We have magnets and shit. I think Super Bomberman 2 still have the rule of you cannot bomb the door when it's not open, and to open the door you need to bomb the switch that's on the top right. Yeah, I think the rules still exist here. If you bomb the door, there's going to be more enemies coming out, I think? Yeah, the music is way more funkier though. It's so good. It's so good. Can I bomb through stairs? Yeah, this version you cannot. Apparently 3 you can. Oh, there's dynamite, right. Dynamite is like... Did you give out on 64? Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just really not my jam. Oh yeah. Nice too. Let me try bombing the door. What's gonna happen? Yeah. Enemies revive. Oh, I didn't mean to! God damn it. Fucking magnet. So the red spot here, if you put a bomb there, it's like infinite range. Is this long enough? I don't think it is. Crap. My bomb's so small. There we go. Nice. And 3 was fun. I wanted to finish that one, but I also want to showcase 2 a little bit more. 2 is hard as balls, to say the least. It's hard as balls. Oh, not that far. What happens? I just get stuck. Nice. I forgot what the enemy does. Oh, one more. Yeah, you have to bomb the switch to open up the door. If you don't open up the door and then bomb the door, everything's gonna respawn. Everything's gonna explode, respawn, and I have to kill them again. I mean, it's one way to earn scores, but scores means... I don't think score means a lot in this version of the game. Oh. Uh-huh. I thought I'm dead, but I'm not. We good. Okay, just put it here. No! Yeah. Oh, you little shit. And that works. Boyam! Bomb this one, finally. Although it's even very different from the 2D versions. Mainly because it was the first time a lot of devs even considered 3D. I mean, that's fair, right? But they changed the... They changed the genre of the game as well. It's what I don't really vibe with. Yeah. Oh, double? Let's go. Yeah. Whoa! I don't know what they were doing, but I don't like it. Apple? That sounded weird. That sounded weird on my ears. What the hell? It's so funky. The music for Bomberman 2 is so funky. I love it. And the Bomberman looks kind of squishy as well. And shiny too. Weirdly shiny. I wonder. Oh. Yeah, they were trying to suck me in. I mean... like, they have magnets that try to, like, pull me closer, is what I'm trying to say. The streamer just burst. The streamer just said, monster trying to suck me in? Wow. I mean, it's true, but also... oh shit, right? my god, I'm so fast. This is for only 3 speed ups? Dang. I'm so gonna like accidentally lock myself in. Oh, nice. This one has more stages. Oh, okay. What do you do? Mine. I have cakes, right? No, I don't. I thought I had. You can choose to like... Oh my god, you're so aggressive. I'm being cornered. Oh, thank you. Holy shit, the AI is so aggressive here. No wonder it's so hard. Dang. Oh my god, that was crazy. I could have died there 100 times. How aggressive do I have to get? Ooh, that was so difficult, holy shit. Yeah, 2 is very hard. The AI is mega... Like, the AI is so aggressive as well, that's scary. I don't remember this? What am I looking at? Why? Okay, so I just bomb there. Why? I can just bomb you sideways. Oh, you eat the bombs, fair enough. But I have mega speed, so I don't think I can do anything about it. I'm too fast for you. You need to work on something that to defend your sides. You know, I'm not gonna say too much. The game's letting me win, so. My ears are bleeding. What the hell is that sound? Holy shit. You suck, teabag. Easy. Look, today Kobo is chaotic evil, right? Am I chaotic evil? Yeah, I am. I could be. I've never beat this game before. This one is gonna be tough as balls. What? Bomb kills? Excuse me? Oh, I'm... What? What is this? Oh, it's a spike bomb. There has to be remote bomb. for Bomberman. Even the first version of Bomberman has remote bomb, and that's like the most important thing. I hate those things. Got him though. See, the thing is, I've been revisiting like some of the old games that I play, and recently I started playing Bomberman because it's great. Oh, lucky. Oh, I forgot. I'm stupid actually. Wow. Oh, easy. I didn't know you were streaming. Oh my god. Easy, right? Hey, Green. Welcome. Here, I'll do this. Oh, you were playing Subnautica too? Heck yeah. It's a game that I don't dare to play because I'm afraid of deep underwater. But welcome. Hope you are doing good. Holy crap, it's good. Good, good, good. Good to know. Good to know. Welcome in everyone from the raid. Hope you are doing good. I'm Tira. I'm a couple. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Welcome. I'm completely blind to it. Honestly amazed at the start. It sounds amazing. Heck yeah. Well, for me though, I've been playing a bunch of different Super Bomberman games. I played Bomberman 5. I played Bomberman 3. I tried out N64 Bomberman. I tried out Bomberman 64, but it's not my jam. And then now I'm playing Bomberman 2, right? It's a game that I never really beat before because it's so heckin' difficult. But here I am trying it out. But yeah, if you need any post-stream care, get some rest, get some food, get some drink. Very important. And thanks for the raid, Evie. Heck yeah. Can we do this? Oh yeah. It just happens immediately, huh? Okay. Twice here. Oh, I need that. Oh, heck yeah. I feel like I have good items already. I don't really need to like keep bombing everything. They're invincible when they're doing that? Crazy. There we go. The music for Super Bomberman 2 is even more funkier than I remember. I can throw. Alright, they just do that immediately. Somehow they got stuck. They didn't expect the throw, I guess. Oh! Nice and simple. I recently look at the game as well, and I want to play it. I looked at Prison Escape Simulator, colon Dig Out. The game looks great. I love games about digging and also gives money when you dig. I almost bombed myself. Yeah, this is why you need to be careful, because Super Bomberman 2 doesn't really have a lot of like... I don't know how to explain it, but the movement in Super Bomberman 2 is more stiff? Yeah, it's more stiff in a way. It's just like sometimes you just get stuck. Sometimes. Oh. I mean, it's free. Oh, I need to get this. There. Oh. Why is here so spicy? Bucket. Alright, this should be clear somehow. Got him. Ice cream. Right, nice and simple. I should play more retro games, so that I can bring up my 3D model. Oh, here we go. What do you do? You can throw bombs. Your bomb is very long. I didn't. Well, it's fine. We got free love as well. Alright, that wasn't too bad. The first one somehow is way harder. It's not like they don't throw. I mean, okay, the first boss doesn't throw, but the bomb fucking chases you down. Okay, maybe this one is way harder. I don't know. I have no memory of these. What do you do? Ah, okay. Free? That was really fast. Get Fubbernucked easy. That's the second one. Oh yeah, and also Super Bomberman 3 is the first time they introduced co-op. Do I have to bomb the behind? What the? What the heck? Oh, I bombed the door. I'm just gonna keep bombing the door. Are you indestructible or something? Behind? What? Okay, maybe... No? What did I do? I destroyed something. Maybe I just don't kill them. I mean, it's not that I don't want to, there's nothing I can do. What Nexus? Hi Dragon, oh my god. Hope Nexus is doing good. The music is so funky, I love it. I love this version of Bomberman. Oh, okay. So there's like the headquarters of some sort. Well, the door has been blown by me to bits multiple times. It's fine. Hope Nexus is doing good. Hi, Dragon. Doing good. Thank you. Uh-oh. Hiya. What was the control? Oh my god. There we go. Cannon. That's kind of cute. Didn't expect to see someone playing Bomberman. Yeah, I didn't expect myself to be playing Bomberman, but recently I started playing the games that I used to play when I was a kid, and Bomberman was one of them, and holy heck, I love Bomberman. It's really fun. I finished up 5. I finished up Super Bomberman 5, and it's a blast. It's so good. Oh, nice. The Bomber Bolt? I love explosions as well, so maybe that's why I love Bomberman so much. 2 is the only Bomberman that I never finished before because it's so fucking hard. So I'm gonna try to see if I can win this time. Can I use that? Oh, what? I cannot shoot anything. I didn't know. I'm so slow though. I assume this one is being treated as like a extra life. They can shoot things, but I cannot. What is this? What is this double standard? Oh, nice! Bomberman. Long bomb. Oh, I can just explode that thing. It's not blowing out switch anymore. Oh, no. I have remote bomb. I always love looking at Nexus play Esoteric Ab. I mean, that game is so fascinating though. It's like a game about D&D. Alright, we good. Oh! Haha! What you gonna do about it, huh? No. You. Okay, maybe not. I thought it was cool. This one is awkward though. Yeah, because that's gonna happen now. My bomb is too long. Unless I bomb here? Okay, nice. I can left Bomberman. Nice. So far so good. I lost one life though. Well, quote unquote life. I lost one heart. Oh. Oh, nice. Okay. Oh, it just has a predetermined path. I don't know what that is. I'm a little bit terrified. I feel like it's a nuke or something. Oh my god, this Bomberman is so fancy though. And an apple? Oh. the sound that it plays feels so weird to my ears. I hope this doesn't bomb the door. Okay, yeah. Just not right in the middle. I'm so fast. Like, Bomberman 2 has like the fastest max speed a Bomberman can have, right? The fastest. Like, that shit is fast. I cannot react to like anything that's gonna happen, so I have to walk very slowly. Whoa. Do I just have to like bomb it twice? Because I swear the first time I bomb it, nothing happens. Oh no! What the hell? No, I don't want my remote bomb. Oh, this is tough. Fine. Who's that? That's never seen before. 1-up or 8UP as I used to call it. Uh-oh. Fucking spike bomb, I swear. Oh, they just kills. Oh, maybe because it's spike bomb. Hey, hey. Hi, Blizzy. Welcome. I have to go back. Oh, alright. Oh, Blissey is doing it. Oh, it's just one time. Okay, okay. Yeah, I knew that could happen. What? What? No way! You cannot do... I lose all my speed. That's why. I found the reason. That is why I cannot beat the game. You cannot die. What? You have to be so point perfect with the spring jump or you fucking die? That is diabolical. Holy shit. No fucking way. Okay. Alright, I still got this, I think. So I still got 9 bombs, 9 fire ups, but no speed. This is... I'm gonna die. I was part of Eevee's right, you're just lurking cause I'm playing a game on my phone. Yeah, no worries. A lurk is always appreciated, thank you. Good. Good to know you're doing nice. Okay. How about yourself? I'm doing pretty okay these days, trying to like wind down from whatever the fuck happened for the past few days. Right, but yeah, I'm doing much better today. Or these days, I would say. Okay, don't bomb the door this time, yeah. I have no hands. I have no hands, I cannot throw. Oh my god, this... I'm gonna bomb the door. I shouldn't have done this spike bomb. The heck am I doing? I thought I died. Why do you keep stopping there? Do you recognize there's a bomb there? Oh! I wanted to run, I wanted to go down. Fuck. Oh, fuck. I swear, like, the water part messes me up so hard, it's insane. I'm playing, it's called Marvel Future Fight. It sounds like a mobile game, is it? Oh, what the? Don't take the spike bomb, I'm gonna bomb the door again. Right, not too much. A little bit. Okay, that was very generous, thank you game. Yay. At least if every time I nail the jump, I'm gonna get a 1-up. Or EUP, as I used to call them. I don't know, playing Bomberman kinda puts me in a good mood. That thing is just there, that's fucked up. What'd I do? It's fucked up, I cannot go there. What do you mean? What do you mean? This fucking game, I swear. Oh, okay. Go. Alright, get more space. We need more space. Boom. Oh. Don't go. Oh. Of course he would. Okay. That should be everything. Nice. Can I have a remote bomb or something? Or maybe speed up, you know, like a... I would love a speed up. I have to go back. Very funny game, oh my god. You know what's funny? What's even funnier? Me saving state? Wow. Shit. Shit. Alright, we good. Alright, here we go. Oh, too much. Oh my god. Oh, I knew that this is even scarier than a fucking horror game. Oh, okay. I do fuck. I swear to fucking god, this game is so fucking difficult for a reason. Okay, we go. Oh, okay. Not too much. Oh, a little bit. Oh, what are you doing? Okay, we good. Oh, fuck. Okay. This shit is scarier than a horror game, I swear. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Wow. Oh, gosh, diggity dang, wow. I didn't. This game's so fucking scary. Oh, Sarah, hi. I'm sorry you have to see me like this. Hi, Sarah. Hope you're doing good, Kobo friend. Alright, we good. I died way too many times here, it's crazy. Albeit I have like multiple hearts, and then the water just kills me outright. It's like diabolical. Oh, thank you for the 5 stream streak. How am I supposed to fight this thing? Oh, I have no speed. What is that bomb? Did we just go randomly? I need that speed up. Give me that. Oh my god, this is diabolical. Yeah, that's what you get. Give me that. Oh! Okay, thank you again. That wasn't too bad. I mean, the bomb is way too random. Even the AI doesn't know what to do. Also, hope you're doing good, Sarah. Welcome in. It's always nice to see Kobo friend. Also, Zeus is behind me. Look at that bomb. What the fuck am I looking at? What is this? Ew. No, thank you. Oh my god, that face is... Oh, you eat the bombs. Okay, fair enough. Oh, you... Uh-oh. I don't like the face. I think I just... What do you mean? I have no speed! Do you want to buff? Oh my god, I just locked myself. It's okay too. Without bombing him, I cannot survive. This is fun. Why is this the hardest boss ever? You're easy. Get out of here. We won. Alright, 4th one. Maybe I can beat it today. I mean, with the save state and everything. I can try. Let me save state another time. Save 1. I never been here before. Holy shit. Where's the enemy? Must be hiding somewhere around the blocks. I mean, the blocks are too neat. What is this? It's a Kobo stream. I'm bombing the door? Ah, it's the bomb eater. They are hiding. What? Okay, you just stay there for now. There we go, some speed finally. Now we can do some nasty setups. Oh, it's you! Armored hand. I didn't mean to bomb the door! Fuck! This is fine. Watch this. Hell yeah. Oh. Oh, I'm in the sky somewhere, so the bomb doesn't bounce back. Logic. Wow. Well, it was a lot harder than I thought. I don't think I have any more hearts, so any hit is gonna kill. Are you enemy? I can put bombs there. It's a timing monster, I cannot believe it. Okay, here. Oh, it's a not? Okay. I guess this one is just in the void. I'm dead. Oh my god. Okay, that just blocks me. Monsters hiding behind blocks. I didn't even think about that. Will I fall? I don't want to try. I feel like it's possible. Okay. Need more space, but blowing away blocks is like a gamble now because there could be a monster in there. Yeah, like that. Okay. Nice. Oh yeah, it's a puzzle. How do I bomb the two below without... Oh yeah, I just do this. And then just do this. There we go. A tiny puzzle. This one I can still handle. This one Kobo still have a little bit of a brain cell to handle. Okay, wasn't too bad. doing the safest way possible. Nice too. I have to get that one first. Oh, nice. What? Oh, it's not that hard actually. So that should do, right? Yeah. Just do it in one go and everything should be fine. Okay, there's still more monsters around. Try not to bomb the middle too much. Oh my goodness, Yuki! It's been so long! Welcome! Holy shit! I hope you've been well. Don't go raid? Oh my god, this is Dogo! Hi Green! Oh, hi again Green. Sleepy Dogo raid? Oh. Well, EP is always good. I assume it's like midnight over there, no? Because of time zones? I may be wrong actually, I'm not too sure. Welcome in. It's Sarah Dalam, hi. Welcome. 3 AM? Yeah, it's like super... But yeah. Post-stream care important, right? Sleep is also very important. It's been so long, I hope you've been well, Yuffie, holy shit. Welcome everyone for the raid. I'm Tiora. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Of course, it's been a while. Yeah. I think the last time I saw you was you just finished moving to a new place. Yeah, I think that's it. The last time I saw you was you finished moving to a new place and then you started streaming non-stop, I think? For a few days? If I remember correctly anyway, but yeah, it's super nice to see you again. Been trying to stream more again? Heck yeah, good to know. It's always nice to see Yuffie. We love Yuffie? We definitely love Yuffie. A lot. A good bud and friend? Yeah. A good friend. A very good friend. But still, right? It's 3 AM, so EP is very important. It's been a while then. I was streaming every day for about half the year till I picked up a job. But now I'm back at it because job is gone. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, I'm glad that you're back, but no job also is like very scary. I'm sorry. Well, whatever it is that you're gonna do in the future, I wish you all the best with all of them, right? Thanks for the raid. The bomb behind you looks dangerous. Nah, that's a cute bomb. I love that bomb. It's fine. That one right there? That one right there? It's a nice bomb. Making the best of it. We do our best. We try our best. Bomber is going well? Yeah. I would say it's going pretty well. I finished Super Bomberman 5, did 3 halfway, and now attempting to beat 2 because 2 has been my nightmare, kryptonite. But it's super duper funky and fun though. I tried out Bomberman 64, wasn't really my jam, but it's pretty okay. Yeah, that's pretty much the Bomberman series that I played today. I don't know how much more there is for this one. I'm just gonna play it safe. No enemy? It should be somewhere around here. Oh, I bombed the door. Did I bomb the door? I think I didn't. Okay. Oh, there you are. Whoa, Corb! Oh my god, I smell dragon! I smell dragon. Do you have games on your mobile phone that has dragons on them? Wait. I love the Corb. It's like a fisheye lens, and it's like, oh my god, I found this plugin. It's like, I need to have it. And it just maxed it out because fun. What bomb do I have? The normal one? I could make use of that. Maybe I can bomb enemies. Spike bomb. Ooh! It's okay, we have mixed fire. Let's see what happened because of a glitch. My PC, my monitor is too small. Because of a glitch too, and I had to keep it. Oh. Oh my god. It's just a face expanding. Oh. I think I can just like cheese it for now. I couldn't cheese much. Oh, okay, that's all the enemies. Oh, you what? What do you mean I break the stairs? This game sucks. I can't believe it. I couldn't get the one up because the stairs just break out of miracle. I don't know. Yeah, there's a little dude. That's a EUP or one up. And back then when I was when I was a kid, I would just call like the one ups just like EUP because I don't know what up is. Ooh. Did they know how to dodge bombs? No, they don't. What was that? Got him. I love remote bomb. The game is so much harder without remote bomb. Yeah. Let's try not to bomb the door. Okay. Oh. Oh, then I'll just go. And Tira. Oh, hi Zero. Hi Kobo. Hopes and prayers needed. What's going on? Is everything okay? Kitty Loki is going to surgery? Oh, well, all my best wishes for Kitty Loki. My best wishes. Everything. Hope everything's gonna go well. Yeah, I hope the kitty's okay. I mean, they're going to surgery, but I still hope they're okay. Abdominal blockage of some kind. Oh shit. Yeah, I hope all goes well. The surgery always sounds so scary. All the best for the surgery and hope everything goes well. And hopes and prayers for a Kitty Loki. We love Kitty, right? And then I'm just here bombing things still. Yakey peaky. Oh, you make it a bit. Okay, don't do that. So scary. Pictures sent. Let me take a look. Can I show? Can I show to? Can I show for the stream? Is it fine? Kitty looks so anxious though. I mean, obviously it's gonna be anxious. They say anything identifying, so you're good. Okay. This is what I'm looking at. Kitty. After sedation? Oh. Gosh, all the best for the kitty. There we go. Okay, I was like, I was afraid there was no sound. Leaving to head back to the clinic soon. All the best for you, Zio. And all the best for Kitty Loki as well. Couldn't do much but best wishes and prayers for you and Loki. I don't think that's a good idea, but I'm doing it anyway. Find a good place. Yeah. Oh, did I just bomb the door? Oh my god, I have to go back. Whoa. Okay, I think that should be all. Oh, now it's getting too dark. To be fair, it is like almost... No, it is 6 p.m. already, so it's getting really dark here. Think that's bright enough? Okay, it's working now. I'm gonna get some rest, enjoy explosions. Thank you, Yuffie, again. Have a good rest as well. It's more than 3 a.m. And go get that rest. Thank you again. 4-7's boss fight, I think. I kind of want to do a save state here. No, I want a save state. I'm scared. Let's save at slot 2. And Sleepy Donkey, always good to see you. Good night. It's always good to see you too. Have a good evening. Oh, I need that. What? What is your bomb? There has to be some sort of gimmick here. That was extremely weird. What was that? No, there has to be some sort of gimmick there, but I just didn't see it. Oh, hey, it's me, but bigger. You can never beat the real thing. Holy shit, what's the bomb? Oh, gotta be careful where you place that thing, brother. Interesting. More? That's it? Oh my god, this guy is funny. That was weird. We take those, we take those. We definitely take those. Well, here's the last one, I think. Yeah. We might be able to do it tonight. Let me save state again, just so that I... Okay. I also gonna open up the lights real quick. Give me a moment. Yo, the music is such a banger, holy shit. Why is it so blurry though? This one's gonna be tough because yeah, these things spawn back. Okay, which one is the safest way to do it here? Because the obstacle could roll back. There we go. My goodness, what the hell is this music? Holy shit! Holy shit, the music is a huge banger. I never got this far before. Is it normal to be this dark though? Is it because of this? Whoa, my eyes hurt. I love it. Oh, they become small. They become slower. I assume there are enemies that becomes faster, there are enemies that become smaller. Yeah, that thing becomes faster. This thing is so thick though. Oh. I didn't mean to. All those switches are okay. Cheating. Oh, nice. That wasn't too bad. The game gives me a lot of time as well, instead of like just the usual 3 minutes. What was that? Did you spawn something? Oh, I lost a life there for some reason. I didn't even see it, it's so fast. Oh, it's this thing. Oh, I have a feeling it's like a zigzag motion, huh? Yep, it definitely is. Okay, I think that's all the switches down there. So now it's just like these. Oh, it's all a zigzag. Oh, it's a hidden bomb. I just saw that for a split second. Well, it's okay. I don't think we have heart anymore. It's very Red Jam worthy, the music. But I was so locked in because I don't know what hit me. But then I saw it and it's like, yeah, I know what it is now. Yeah, see that? So, what do I do? Ah, I just bomb it. Okay, okay. I'm so afraid to like move around freely now. Yeah, see? Maybe the game is trying to punish you, punish me for having too many speed ups, huh? I'm gonna save state again. Because I don't want to like lose too much progress and lose too many items. I feel like those items are too essential. Especially the remote bomb and the speed. Because when I game end myself or when I die, right? And then it's like the entire speed up just gone. Oh, okay. Got him. Oh my god, okay, I need to be careful. It's a bit like Turok 1.
When I ammo back here, use the ammo max by...
Oh. Oh. When you die, you lose your ammo pack, which reduces your ammo max by like half. It's wild. Yeah, that shit is scary. Turok 1 is a boomer shooter, right? Hi, Burger Nut. Hello. Welcome. Look at the jar. Sniff Snorf, I made a dilemma. It's fun enough though. Watched this lurking some hours ago. Oh, thank you. Lurks are always nice. I forgot about the time still going on. But yeah, welcome in. Hope you're doing heckin' amazing. This one is just like you lose the speed up and the remote bomb and anything that's special, like going through walls, going through bombs, bomb kicks, bomb throw. You just lose everything that's special. But then you keep your bomb count and firepower. I knew it. Okay, let's see, I need to like bomb this one forward. The eye on the RAM long while. Still my CPU may not be comfortable for the generator. Ooh. Looking to upgrade your PC? Oh my god, it's like... I cannot believe it. I don't think I have enough time for this. I almost messed up so hard. I forgot I have the thing. too careless. Pay attention. What's up, what's up? I'm looking.
TYLRA, look at US.
Okay, let me read. I'm trying to tell my CPU may not be compatible with what I have and needed a better gen to use the dual kit I wanted to buy. Recommend lower speed. That's why we're going need a new RAM, but my mobile couldn't support it. Oh, so I had to get a new board, reaching the new CPU. So it was a chain reaction of cost. It's hard it's been sometimes. Given the issue of replacing everything at this point. Yeah, I feel like because I feel like even if I want to upgrade my PC, I would just buy a new one entirely. My PC is kind of my PC is like 10 years old at least, about 9-10 years old. Yeah, it's been a long time. Like this little monster here, this little little baby monster right here, shit, it's strong. It went from 1060 to now 1070 because my sister had a free one that I can use. So yeah. TYLRA, look at UESS. The radar is looking so it's all good. I'm silly. It's fine. I'm a Kobo. It's fine. Alright, we good. I think I lost all my heart though. I don't think I can replace my PC anytime soon. It's too costly. Thank you, game, I guess. Wait. It's very, very costly. Yeah, especially like these days right now, it's just crazy. Am I playing a puzzle game? Oh, okay. I'm gonna save state again. I feel I lost all my heart. There's no indication of how many hearts I have left. RAM I've been eyeing cost 1K? 1,000 ringgit 啊妈超少什么鬼灯色手嗨这样贵咩？没有理由的吗？ How much RAM is that? Is it like 24 gig? 24 gigabytes? My GPU is an issue or something because I'm having problems running things I shouldn't. Maybe there's a bottleneck. I'm not afraid. I don't know where, but it's too much to handle too. Yeah, it's like 2 times 16, so it's 32. 32 for 1K is so I mean, to be fair though, I bought my RAM stick about 4 years ago. 4 years ago, I got a 16 gig for 200 plus ringgit, 230 something. That's like okay, right? I see GPU experiment RAM being the triple the price. Fuck AI center 啦 for real. Fact check 的要死，有时候真的是看他们的 AI 的东西。Right. It's not like I want to talk shit on them, but it's like AI is like fucking AI can be useful, but the way that they're using AI is like bombs, right? Actual bombs using AI. It's like the rich wants to use AI for the sake of just fucking make more money. They're literally trying to generate more money and that's it. And it's shit. right? It's so shit. It's almost like they're spitting on they're spitting on like real artists that put work to this stuff. Yeah, we love generative stuff. It's so unfortunate too, because this morning my mom was watching this 短剧, like short cinema, something like that. And then my mom watched something that's like completely AI generated. And then my mom liked it because it's like, oh, 很酷 eh? Like, wow, oh, it's so cool. Like, everything looks dead. Everything looks like wax. Like, you know what I mean, right? Everything looks like wax. Like, fuck's sake, it looks like it looks like it looks like shit, to say in the best way possible. It looks like shit. Because that's because it is. Like, it actually is. So yeah, it's an unfortunate situation, but you know, it's my mom, right? I love her, she's an angel, but man, fucking AI. I mean, it's not my mom's fault that my mom likes generative AI shit. It's the one that generated those fucking stupid ass. I hate them. I hate them. Can a Gen AI just like fucking disappear already? Ooh, I want that. Wait, your bomb doesn't go through shit? Hey, what the you wanna... Your bomb is so slow to explode. Oh no, what's going on? I swear, the boss fights are the easiest shit ever. Alright? And then it's the fucking... like, the stages are what kills me always, right? Like, I have... Like, you have a stage that you have to vault through water, right? Like, no matter how much health you have, they just fucking one-shot you because you drown. Ooh, what biang eh, 这样快吗? It's okay, I'm faster. Interesting enemy. That's one. I cannot imagine playing without speed up. This is insane. Aha, aha. Everything's fine. I love the spin strat. I love the spin strat, it's so good. I guess we did it. The boss is a joke in this game, I feel like. Oh, maybe that's not it. You want some? No! Betrayal? I actually didn't know about that. Oh, this eyeball is gone. Okay, I had a feeling that I had to do this. Because I realized throwing in this game deals damage. Such an interesting concept. The piss bomb is down. They were trying to shake hand with me too. That's what fucked up. I'm not moving. no, did I die? No one tried to save this little Kobo? No way. Oh my god. You know, after that scene and then they put this music on, it just reminds me of your Asobi's music. Why? You know, like there's a music by Yo Asobi that just like talk and they just sing about depression and like jumping off a building kind of thing. But then the music is such a banger, and then I don't understand the lyrics, and then just like I just dance to it. It's like yeah. That situation reminds me of that. you see the main character dropped off a space. And then they'd be like, oh yeah, we finished the game. That's kinda cursed, I feel like. I feel like that's a little bit cursed, right? I don't know. I don't know. Hey, they do them, and It's honestly the first time I finished this game though, holy shit. And this Kobo got him. Super producer. This is super producer. I have to say though, the music in this game, absolute banger. Absolute banger. Actually, there's a reason why I wanted to play Bomberman today. I mean, not only that I love... Hey! It's Earth! Oh my god. Why you god now? So the panicking were all for nothing. You can float. What's with the panic towards the end, huh? I wasn't moving. And then they decide to drop like, I'm a god, I can float down. Okay, game, alright, I see you, okay, game, alright, okay. We finished it, the end, and then I cannot press anything. Oh my god. Yay! I cannot press anything. I'm absolutely pressing anything on my controller. Oh. It's the first time I finished this. Oh, I'm so crazy though sometimes, holy shit. Alright, let's do a reset real quick. Because I want to play the battle mode for a little bit. We good. Oh my god, it's so cute. I forgot how cute this is though. Oh my god. Like, Super Bomberman 2 will always have a special place in my heart. It's so adorable. Oh yeah, and it's only 4 players. Oh my god. Let's do 7. G-Bomber? No 4 minutes? Let's do 5. I think 7 is fine. I'm not that strong, but I think 7 should be fine. Let's do 6. I'm scared. I'm not that good, I feel like. Ooh. I want this one. Whoa. Oh, so that's just... The 5 is so fast. There's no items here? What's the exclamation mark? Yo! No way. So now if I just go outside and do this, their shit depends. Oh my god, they know exactly how long. What the hell? How do you bomb people in this map? There's like... Alright, there we go. God damn it. I can only put one bomb. What is this? Okay, we have 2 bombs now. Oh, they did. 1. With... So that's what the exclamation mark is. They just get stuck there. Interesting. Interesting. I hate this stage. Can I... Alright, let's reset. We play some other stage. The music is heckin' banger though. Still, like Bomberman music never miss. $19.94. Holy shit, I'm not even out yet. Yeah, 6 feels fine. We do first stage? Yeah, I like the basic bitch stage, okay? I love the basic bitch stage. Ooh. Oh my god, the music banger. Holy banger. Oh, that's the sound of... It's a sound of skull. I forgot. I was like, what the fuck is that? That's a sound of kick, I think. Ooh, someone died. Okay, 2 of them died. Can you not put bomb? I think that's what's happening. You cannot put bombs. Oh, you can. You just don't want to. Okay, maybe 6 is a little bit weird. They just decided they want to get bombed. The music is so good. Holy fuck. Nah, this is such a jam though. Fuck. Early bomb kick. Imagine my first item is arm. Or yeah, throw bomb. They can die. That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. Oh, there's no super bomber here. Like you die, you die. Ooh, that's sad. Dang, Black likes the skull. Shit, I want that. What did you do? Rotan, you have to be careful with your bomb placement, man. Like, I get you want to be aggressive, but you gotta chill. You wanna go to the corner? I thought they went to the corner. They're so afraid. Well. I feel bad. I should have played like maybe level 9. They gave up. Holy shit. They are just computer, but I feel bad about it. What the hell? Oh. Well. Sorry about that, Blue. Love you, Blue. Smooch. It feels like they're just not moving most of the time. Hi, Kanan. What? What are you doing? I should play level 9! Alright, let's do a full, like... Oh, I won that. Someone's feeling aggressive one. Oh, they won it. I messed up. Okay, I'm too fast actually. I'm too fast. One more. I can put. What would you move? Why would you move? What the fuck? Okay, I mean, okay. Yay, I'm the best. Oh. What is this? Oh.
Okay, what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better eat for me for the next 2 minutes.
This game is fucked up. This game is fucked up. This game is fucked up. What do you mean I get sandals? I'm so slow. Alright, it's the 7. We do second stage. I'm gonna be so slow. I'm gonna be like skull level. I'm golden. Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it. It's actually slippery. You can kick. Oh my god, I'm golden. This is... Oh, dude, I cannot control myself? Is it random? I want that kick. Oh. What happened? What happened? What happened? Oh shit, you just really cannot control. What the hell? I love it. Oh, how did blue just fucking... What happened? Ooh, red has throw. Oh, red is so aggressive though. Okay. Oh my god, I cannot control. There we go. This is crazy. I'm just gonna like... Oh shit, I cannot... Right. Because I'm not staying. What are you doing? Holy. I cannot control. Oh my god. Get in. Not in here. Ooh, P-bomb. Oh my god, I did a triple. Okay, you know what? I think I know how to control this. Think of it as Counter-Strike, Counter-Strafe. Kind of. You Counter-Strafe, you slow down so that you can turn 90 degrees, right?
So... Still, it's very fucking difficult now. Oh my god. What happened? What the fuck happened? Alright, there's some items there. What happened to black? What did they do? Country. Ooh, look at the golden P-bomb, holy shit. I'm dead. I'm actually dead. Oh my god, I'm not dead. Frame perfect. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. I thought that giving me a chance, but I have to aim it. Oh my god, that was way too close. Get back, man. Oh. Yo, easy! I don't know what I did, but this stage is just jank as hell. I kinda like it now. Wait, Bomberman 2 Battle Mode is so much fun. Except for that one tire stage though, that one is not as fun. Can I get sandals again? Oh, thank you. Alright, we do one more and then I'm probably gonna call it a day. I love how Zeus is just there with me this whole time. Look at that, the cool dog. Amazing. Let's do 8. I want to see what the stage is. Oh my god, what am I looking at? I thought someone died already. What are they doing? What? Is it because level 8 they are too advanced to know anything? Interesting. So this one is like all the items are in the middle here. That was an accident. I wanted to stun you. Yay! Wow, Mama Dragon. Dragon now playing waiting game at doctor's office. Oh, hopefully it wasn't too boring. What happened to them? Why do they keep doing that? Oh, mine. I think CPU level 8 cannot comprehend this stage. Yeah, get out of here. Ooh. Yeah, I think level 8 just cannot comprehend the stage. Oh, like AI, like computer cannot just... They really cannot comprehend the stage. It feels like it breaks the brain. Why would they keep dying like that? We didn't do anything. Alright, don't move. Wait. Oh, fuck. I mean, they don't want to take items. Oh. Are they gonna get that hen? You gonna get that hen? Oh, very far away now. You wanna get that hen? Oh! Wait, what do you mean this collision? That's a first in a Bomberman game. What? This collision? That's so weird. You wanna, like, yeah. Watch this. Whoa. Okay, my bomb is not long enough. Let me just like... Let me grab a P bomb, hopefully. Ooh. You can just push them with your bomb. Yeah, well, this is why having collision in Bomberman is broken, you know, like you can be safe, right? You can be safe, and then some bum like me is going to push you into your bomb. Wait, what the fuck? Where's the collision? This is so funny. Yo, okay, that's so strong. Now, wait, I'm gonna play a little bit more here. This is so interesting. I wonder if it's only that stage that has collision. Ooh, this one's gonna be spicy. Right, here we go. I might not be able to win at level 9 now because this is like a intended map. Music is so adorable. What the hell was that? What happened? Yeah, they just cannot comprehend gimmicks, I guess. I mean, the music is cute. Holy shit, this is so funny. Oh yeah, I have cake. Holy shit, this is so funny. I mean, it's just them dying over and over, but the way they die, it's so weird and funny. You might want to move. What is going on with the AI? Why would they give up? What's going on? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. What the heck? Oh. Oh my god.
Oh my god, can you stop simping?
I never laughed this hard in a while. I didn't know battle mode is like this in Bomberman 2. Oh fuck. It's so good. It's so fucking good. We're not gonna put any bomb. Sorry. I just had to. I had to, man. I had to. I feel terrible. They cannot handle gimmicks. They're like, oh my god, an item! They got it and then they died because they got greedy for once. I think we can just look through every stage here real quick. And speed up is pretty good. Explain Kobo to small like new thing. Exactly! Alright. I'm pretty sure they can handle gimmicks, but I think this one doesn't really have a gimmick. This one is only a gimmick for human eyes, I think. Hi, Sancho. Yeah, I love exploding. Explode. Yeah, it's a gimmick to human eyes only, this one. Right, we have a kind of a real fight here, I guess. Oh, there's a water bomb here? Oh my god, the water bomb looks so fucking adorable. So there has to be a... Kick? I mean, I guess kick works. Because kicks is like, it's gonna bounce around, I think. Yeah, it's gonna bounce around. I love the hand more though. Hey. Holy shit. What's up? You want some? Oh, they cannot comprehend the water bomb. It's very understandable. They cannot comprehend the water bomb. Or maybe it's just Bomberman 2 AI is kind of jank. Oh my god, I almost died. Oh, how did Black die? Why would you do that? I mean, now you're just like... I messed up the bomb. I messed up again. I'm a huge bully right now. Oh. I don't want to touch him. There you go. I'm actually just bullying because he has a skull. I'm just slowly forcing it to go to the corner and it's just like corner it. Hey, it's a strat in Bomberman. Corner is very scary, way more scary than you think. Open space is like more survivability, but also can also have some nasty setups. I love Bomberman. There you go. Boom! Unfortunate. How did Black... What the heck just happened? Okay, you know what? It's official. Super Bomberman 2's AI is just jank, alright? Zeus? Oh shit. Wait, you were streaming this whole time? So you've been listening to me yapping this whole time? Wait a minute. Hi Zeus. What were you doing? You were plotting? The time to explode? Uh-oh. Is it now? Am I gonna feel the explosion? Oh, you're playing Dota? I mean, I think you might be close to exploding because Dota is like very rage-inducing, no? Well, still, I hope you had a good time with Dota. And welcome everyone from Zeus's Raid. I'm Tiora. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. I'm just here bullying the AI because they cannot comprehend most, if not all, the gimmicks. And it's so funny to like see them not do anything sometimes, and sometimes they just decide to give up or something like that. Get the skull? No, it's too risky. What if I got the speed down? Alright, I'm kidding it. Oh nah, I don't even know where I am. I don't even know where you are. Oh, okay, okay. What is this? I feel normal. I feel normal. There's nothing going on with the skull. Yeah, it's random effect. Oh shit. Oh shit. Whoa. Oh! I didn't even see them die. What happened? Did they got scared because I put the bomb there? Oh my god, this is CPU level 9. Oh, it's so funny. Oh my god. Not the sandals. Another speed up? I can never get a bomb up. Bomb up on round start is gonna be so OP. Alright, we were at stage 5, 6. Let's do this one. I'm gonna go through all the battle stages because the AI is so funny in this game. Oh. Oh, it's levitation. I can kick, you cannot. What are you trying to do, man? Good morning. They just put another bomb. Oh my god, they just put another bomb. Can I do this? Oh, that's wild. I didn't think that would happen actually. That was actually kind of cool. Wow. So bombs can get teleported as well. Okay. Hi. He just bombed us. I didn't do anything. He bombed himself. I want to watch a bomb. It's so fun. I'm okay for the P-bomb. This is what I mean by the AI is so funny. Like, what are they thinking? Alright, let's see here. Oh my god, that looks wild. Do we have a kick? I'll put another one. I'm actually just bullying these level 9 computers. I'm surprised because I remember back then. I mean, obviously back then I don't know how to play this game properly, but now now this Kobo is a gamer. Now that I'm a gamer. First item skull. Oh my god! I'm a tiny beep beep boo boo bomb. You want this? No. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. So how did they die? Oh. Oh, that was kinda scary. I'm surprised I survived that one. Do I have a kick? Yeah, I do. Okay. Can you comprehend this? Answer is no, they can't. They say, oh fuck, oh shit, this tree water droplets trying to fucking kill me. Why is this so funny? I don't get it. I mean, I'm literally just bullying, but this is computers. They have no feelings, so it's fine. Oh, can I get like some fun stuff? If I get hand on round start, someone's gonna die on the first second. We don't want that. That was not fun. This one is like a conveyor belt. I'm sure they can comprehend the. I'm sure they comprehend the conveyor belt. No. Oh, aggressive. What is this conveyor belt? That doesn't make sense. Shit! I cannot comprehend the conveyor belt. Oh no. Oh, it's being controlled in the middle. That makes sense. Alright. Guys, come on. Put some bombs down. Don't be a pussy. Come on. You can kick what? I cannot. Yeah, I just realized this button in the middle. Oh my god. My stomach hurt. Right, don't go to the conveyor belt. Oh yeah, I have kick on the start. Oh my god, when I walk I bling bling. That was by accident actually. That was kinda cool. I didn't do that. They clearly saw the bomb going their way and they decided to just ignore that, you know. That's not on me. I can put 2 bombs. Oh my god, buttons. Whoa. Can I outrun the conveyor belt? Zoomies? Oh, it's so fast. Oh, you can kick. Go. Oh shit! I can't get that. Oh my god, my PC's dying. Whoa! Okay, that could be fun. I should do it more often. Oh! They did it, not me. I didn't do anything. Holy shit! Oh my god! Oh, fuck, my stomach hurts for real. Fuck. Hey, what are you trying to do, huh? Well, man. Oh, I didn't see the bomb. No. Oh my god, wait, red's gonna win. Oh shit, I need to lock in. Oh, else red's gonna win by accident. Trolling? I'm not. Okay, red's out of the picture. Okay, we good. It's you and me again, black. I should get some items first. I love how when I walk around, I'm bling bling. I'm so cool. Oh my god. Well, I didn't do it. They decided to smooch the bomb and call it a day, you know? Like, hey, I'm not one to judge if it's what if it's what you like, then why not, right? I'm so sorry, Blue. Blue is the one that always gets bullied by me, I don't know why. Hey, 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 get back to the conveyor belt. Oh my god, what was the control? Well, I need to put more bombs. I'm gonna give the skull to him. I could have put bombs. Okay, there we go. Have fun not being able to put bombs. Ooh. Oh my god. I'm so mean, I'm so sorry, oh my god. Alright, let me get more items so that it's easier to like get them. Oh yeah, there we go. I might need full speed on... Is it full speed? Yeah. Oh shit. Damn. Okay, maybe I need him to put bombs as well. Can I get the item? Please have an item? Yeah. Hey, Brotan, you have an item there. Thank you very much. Alright, now we can put bombs. There we go. I think you might need that. Yeah, like that. What the fuck? Oh shit! I don't know if it's because it's CPU level 9 and then they're just they're just too good, you know. They're too good. So cheating. I'm literally cannot cheat, and then they I cannot do anything to make them survive. Oh my god. Okay, let's do 3 minutes. Ooh, this one's gonna be fun for the kicking. I already have a kick, right? So this is the only like Bomberman battle mode that I can like play every stage. Ooh. P-bomb and a kick? What happened? What happened to red? Oh, what happened to black? There's no gimmick in this stage. What the fuck do you want? Oh fuck. I'll end it. I'll end it. Okay, there we go. I'll end it. Holy shit. I didn't even get to kick my bomb. Like, maybe it's CPU level 9 bullshit, alright? Like, they're too good with everything. Like, everything's too extreme. They take it an extreme, like, timing. Because it's too extreme that they accidentally, like, made a mistake. And then fucking fragged themselves. Alright, let me... I'm blowing up this map as fast as possible because I want to kick the bomb, okay? Oh my god. Oh my god, it's lagging. They got scared. It's so funny to like see that AI getting scared now. Like it's so unreal. Oh shit, P-bomb. I almost died. Where's P-bomb? P-bomb essentially is you get full fire on the P-bomb. But P-bomb is like only applies to P-bomb. So you have P-bomb, only the first bomb of yours is going to be like max fire. The rest of the bomb will be like normal. Oh, I didn't need to do that. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's cool. Dang. There we go. Oh! No way! The timing is insane. The throwing. Fuck. Okay, maybe I'm throwing. I don't know. No, I'm not throwing at all. That shit was lucky. I don't know why this game is so funny to me though. Holy shit. My cheek hurts from this. Why happened to blue? I guess they want to sacrifice themselves to get rid of the skull. I mean, noble? What can I say? Oh, why would you do that? You gave it to me. Okay, it's black again. I guess I don't need to do anything. Yay! Free! Zeus, they are throwing, not me! I'm not the one throwing. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh. Red got a little bit too aggressive. See, this is what I mean, right? I feel like the way they coded CPU level 9 is that they're trying to do everything to the extreme. So they're trying to take the extreme timing for the bombs every time and makes them just kind of they just kind of like extreme, right? Yeah, see? Like they're trying to do everything to the extreme timing. They want to get out of that angle as soon as possible, but because there's lingering for the bomb fire, and they keep eating that. I think that's what happened with CPU level 9. Can I get a hand? God damn it! This game is fucking rigged. What'd I do? Alright, last stage. Mushroom. They're designed to send a bomb if they can still move, then they place one where they can't move out of the way fast enough. Oh my god, I'm so slow! You can jump? What is... Oh my god, you can jump! Oh my god, this is the best Bomberman game ever! You can just jump! What the fuck? This is so fun! What? The sandals is insane. So adorable! Yeah, everyone's gonna get saved. I couldn't... Okay, we have some speed now. Thank god. So you cannot corner anyone in this map then, because they can always jump away. Interesting. I wonder how would I be able to like kill them without locking them down. The mushrooms respawns. Oh. Timing, I guess. What's blue bomb? It's a water droplet. So if you have a hand, it would bounce randomly around like that. That's a very extreme bounce though. I never seen it done that. So yeah, if you want to have chaos, do that. And if you kick the water droplet bomb, it will like go, it will bounce around instead of like stop and then instead of like stopping after touching something. So yeah, water droplet bomb has been always super duper fun. Hey, what are you doing? Oh. Oh. This is so funny, like. Bomberman jump? Whee! Oh. Oh my god, please can I get a blue fire? A blue bomb? Is this auto bomb? It's not, okay. Ooh, wait, it is. Run. Oh shit, okay, I'm not doing that anymore. I like this. Oh, nice. Oh, the mushrooms respawn. Oh, infinite loop then? So putting this at 3 minutes is a good idea then. You can jump. Oh, yeah, there we go. I was like, I got a little bit afraid for him. Yeah, that's why I play the game. Let's go. Love me some water droplet bombs, but I don't have them. It's so random, I love it. Ooh, I want. Who can play that game? Shit. Oh! Oh shit! No! Fucking red. Oh, I hate it. I hate the sandals. What are you doing? I couldn't react. No, we're gonna watch them here. We're gonna watch the bums. I'm not. That bitch came in. It's fucking kamikaze the shit out of me. Like, what do I do? I couldn't even react. Alright, be careful. They can always do that shit. Alright, you wanna do it again? Mine. I need speed. I need. Where's my lightning McQueen? Are they finally playing? Bitch, that was actually good. I hate you. Oh, and then you do that. You bumsh. What are you doing? Fucking blue, you're just trying to kill me out of spite now. Oh fuck, it's so funny. Oh. Whoa, full fire? I need that speed. Give me at least one. Yay. Oh, I won. Let's go. I didn't do anything. Easy. Alright, one more. Uh-oh. Nice. I saw this bomb down there, so I could jump there. Oh. We're safe, right? I think the match point is me and red. Yo! I wonder if the jump can like avoid being bombed. My goodness, that feels good. Alright, let me just farm some items here. Oh, fuck. Okay, auto bomb was very scary. By doing nothing? Yeah, it's Bomberman. It's normal. It's normal. Yay! A blue plays like a bunch though, you cannot blame me for that. Yay, that's 10 battles. All the maps are fun other than map 7. Map 7 sucks. I've been told that I'm blue. I mean, you are blue, but you are not blue in Bomberman, Super Bomberman 2. I don't... Yeah, no, Oh, this is fun as hell. Holy shit, my belly hurts. I'm blue and a bomb? Yeah, but you don't explode. How many more similarities? You don't put bomb, but you're a bomb. You know what I mean? Right? Alright, I had fun today. Oh, pixel gaming. We love pixel gaming. Right, let me close this. Alright, no more bomb for Zeus. Whoa! Oh my god, Zeus is taking over the stream. Wait, where's the... Oh, it's here. I was like, I couldn't find it. Zeus is taking over the stream. It's your stream? It could be. It totally could be. I forgot to close my Brave browser. What am I doing? Right here, boop. And then gonna mute this one. Open up the music. What was that listening to again? This one. I want to listen for the first one. Yeah. Please donate to Coffee Zeus and follow Zeus and subscribe to Zeus. Exactly. Look at that Zeus. Wow. Wow. Look at Zeus. So amazing. Wow. I feel good. The Bomberman was fun as hell. Ah, man. I raided Johnny yesterday, right? I kinda want to rate Johnny. Fun fact, Pepsi Incorporated once owned the world's sixth most powerful navy. Fun fact, Coca-Cola is responsible for one of the largest massacres of innocent people. Indirectly, right? Or actually kind of directly. Almost my life too, because I was drinking Coca-Cola non-stop. But then again, that one can be blamed to my bomb brain, you know. Drinking cola 3 cans a day non-stop for 3 months. Yeah. Oh, it's not that. They were offered a ship as payment for a Pepsi shipment to Russia, but declined it since they couldn't secure a buyer. The rubber was practically worthless outside of the USSR. The Soviet Union paid Pepsi for its soda syrup using 17 submarines, a cruiser, a destroyer, and a frigate, making the soda maker a brief naval superpower. I have no idea what all of those are, but I know Bomberman and explosions and dragons. Gee. Chat, can I rate Johnny again? I'm gonna rate Johnny again. I just love the shiny Dirk. Also, it's almost 8 p.m. Holy fuck! They were sold for scrap metal? You mean the ship thingy? All the things that you meant, the ship thing? My brain doesn't work, it's been exploded to bits. Kobo rates Dirk, people amazed. Yeah. World peace achieved, Kobo rates dragon. Alright, I'm gonna plug my things real quick. Instead of plugging Zeus one, I'll plug mine instead, right? So I have coffee. Coffee good, coffee nice, coffee helps pay my bills and shit. So yeah, only donate if you can. Only donate if you can though. Lately I've been trying to tackle the last of the legal fees and shit. So although everything should be fine, just a little bit extra would help, right? And I also have a Discord channel. Boom. Discord. I announced my Discord. I announced my stream stuff over there. Wow, my brain is actually gone. Fuck. No, bye Zeus. Wait, no. Zeus didn't buy or Zeus buyed. Okay. Thanks for hanging around, Zeus. Zeus was just there, just like listening to this kobold yapping nonstop. Oh my god. I exploded? Oh fuck. You're okay, right? I mean, you're a bomb. Exploding is supposed to be second nature to you. Anyways, Discord is where I announce my stream stuff. So if you want to know more about my streams, you want to know more about when I probably secret stream someday, right? Discord would be the first place I announce my stuff over there. So, and also there's a Dragon Sipping corner in Dragon Sipping corner in Discord. So, if you like dragons is nice. I love dragons, right? So, yeah. And let me get the right message. No, I'm dead. But you're still here though. Wait, no, not that is good. Alright, rate message, and let me type it right to Johnny because I am extremely hungry actually. Okay, there we go. Died of heart upset stomach soon after I exploded. Heart upset? Stomach soon after I exploded. Stomach exploding reminds me of Krillin. That's kind of fucked up. You know, when Frieza does the Kitanai Hanabi. Wait, is it that one? Shit, I think it is. I don't remember, but Dragon Ball was banger. You got Krillin. No, you got Frieza. So they're getting Yamcha. Yamcha is just funny. That death pose. It's a worldwide phenomenon at this point. It's so good. Okay, I typed in the raid. I'm gonna go get myself some food because I'm super duper hungry. So, before the raid though, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves you, right? And here comes the raid to Johnny, Shiny Dragon. Wow. Wow. Became a meme just because they had to be in every game since it's like episode 10 of the anime. Oh, that early? I didn't even know. Shit. That's actually pretty early. I think tomorrow Saturday. Tomorrow I might want to play more with I want to play more Far West tomorrow. And see maybe people like my friends can join, alright? Gogo Dice like episode 3 of Z. Oh my god, what the fuck? I mean I only watched Super, so we can ref multiple days. I mean, that works too, but I've been a little bit obsessed with Far West lately. But I would love to ref still on Monday, yeah. It's just a little bit unfortunate that last Monday was a little bit I don't know where Breaky is though. Oh yeah, Breaky didn't show up today. Wonder if everything is alright. I was thinking, no, Breaky, no, I love Breaky, no. Oh, the timer is almost. Oh, I can see the timer now. Alright, take care, everyone. Kobo loves you. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Bye bye. Bye bye.